Hare Krishna, welcome to this episode of AM Ask Me Anything Mondays, episode 24, back after a long time. So we'll quickly say our Manglacharan Prayers and invoke the mercy of Srila Prabhupada and the entire disciplic succession, Parampara, and then we'll proceed with the questions. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupah Kadamahyam Dadati Svapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yutapadakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So welcome to episode 24 of the Ask Me Anything Mondays. It has been a long hiatus. I think many months have passed without this session. But it's good to be back. Alright, so I think we have to immediately go into the questions. Let me just give me some time to put the question on. Oh. One second. Just a second, because okay, we'll just use this kind of thing. So this is from oh, I did not mention the name, huh? This is actually from Shivani Mataji. Alright, so there you go. So Shivani Rampal Mataji, So the question is, Hare Krishna Prabhuji, humble obeisances, all glories Prabhupada. What is the meaning of Bhakta Vatsala? So, Bhakta Vatsala means one who is always thinking of the welfare of the devotees, welfare of his devotees. So Krishna's name is Bhakta Vatsala, Bhagavan. So he is always inclined towards his devotees. So that's the meaning of Bhakta Vatsala. And of course there are many verses for this, but that is the general thing about Krishna. He always has dealings favorable to devotees, and anybody who disturbs his devotees, Krishna will get to take them to task. So paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya dushkritam dharma samsthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. So that is the whole point of yeah. So this is in the purport. So Vraja Kishor Prabhu is sharing this verse. Oh, this is interfering with the question. So what I'll do, okay, so there you go. Tulasidala matrena jalas sachulukena va vikrinite swam atmanam bhaktebhyo bhaktavatsalaha. Sri Krishna, who is very affectionate toward his devotees, so that's it, sells himself to a devotee who merely offers merely a tulsi leaf and a palmful of water. Supreme Lord is causelessly merciful upon his devotees, so much so that even the poorest man can offer him a little water and a flower in devotion and thus please him. This is due to his affectionate dealings with his devotees. This is Bhakta Vatsal. Basically, he is very affectionate to devotees. So much affectionate that he forgets himself in the course of dealing with his devotees. He puts his devotees' interests first. In fact, not just first, he lives for the interests of his devotees. That much he is very inclined to his devotees. That's Bhakta Vatsala. So I think for the next question. One second, Ranjan, can we ask you anything? Soham is asking. Yes, we can ask anything. Okay, here we go. One second. Okay, so the question is from Ranjan Vellakkat. Hare Krishna, Tattvavit Prabhu, Dandavat Pranam, Jai Srila Prabhupada. Due to the intense verbal abuse and domestic violence of my childhood, I have a vacuum of external validation which I have been filling with women hunting since my fall down. But my fear is that from sexlessness my brain will warp from the resulting frustration and I will develop some cuckold brackets watching other men enjoy your beloved woman fetish, which is very common here in the West. What are your thoughts on this and the destruction of masculinity in general nowadays? Well, that looks like a serious case. So firstly, we have to understand that now I sympathize with you that you have been maybe probably through a verbal abuse and domestic violence during your childhood. But that's not the cause. Um, that's not the cause for whatever is our current condition. Of course, there will be some effect, but then we should not blame something else for our situation. If I don't own up for my wrongdoings, I cannot change myself. You see, I cannot do that. So I must first of all own up. Instead of saying because of this it has happened, no, I have this problem. So yes, that might have happened in the childhood, but don't make it causative that this is the cause for this. So it starts with all this, that lust, it's all lust. So in material world, everybody is suffering from this disease called lust. Kamam hridrogam. Hrid means heart, rogam means disease, the disease of the heart. Everybody has a heart disease in this material world, and that is kamam, lust. So now if we don't control that kamam, then this is what happens. It will eventually lead to madness. Now what you have mentioned here, this weird fetish of cuckold, watching other men enjoy one's beloved woman. So that kind of fetish, it's a sign of madness. It's intense. So lust, if you don't control it, then you see this is what happens. 262 Bhagavad Gita. Dhyayato vishayan pumsah sangasteshu pajayate sangasta sangat sanjayate kamah kamat krodho bhijayate. While contemplating the objects of the senses, a person develops attachment for them. And from such attachment, lust develops, and from lust, anger arises. So you are saying that, from if you don't have sex, then you will feel frustrated. So that is anger. So when the sex is not satisfied, then immediately comes anger. And it goes one thing to another, and it end up in madness. So here anger arises. Now next verse. Krodhat bhavati sammoha, sammohat smriti vibhramaha, smriti bhramshat buddhinasho, buddhinashat pranashyati. This is the sequential course of events. From anger, complete delusion arises. So when we become angry, then we will do horrible things out of anger. And from delusion, bewilderment of memory arises. So when we become angry and in delusion, then we will forget what is even right. Bewilderment of memory means, you see, when we are not angry, we can contemplate on things with a cool head, right? If we are thinking about, say, Krishna consciousness, and I'm not the body, yes, I'm the soul, and this and that. So with a cool head, we can think over all these matters. But if our emotions are agitated, then we can't think clearly. And we may even forget what we have learned when we had a cool head. You see, it doesn't immediately surface. Somebody has to remind and really need counseling. An example of this is in Ramayana. So Ramchandra Bhagavan, now of course he is Bhagavan himself and he is in complete control of himself and everything. But due to his ecstasy, he exhibited transcendental madness when he was in separation from Sita, especially just after she got kidnapped. And while he was enjoying his transcendental bliss of separation, he is teaching us, people of this material world, a very important lessons as well. So when Krishna does something, he has his internal reasons and external reasons. For example, Chaitanya Mahprabhu, internal reason is to taste the love of Radharani, but external reason is to distribute the Harinam for the people in general. So he has always these dimensions, 2 dimensions, or even multi-dimensions sometimes. Many things he does in one go. So he was internally experiencing the bliss, ecstasy of separation from Sita. It's weird to say that enjoying the separation, but that's how it is. Separation is more than meeting. That's the transcendental spiritual relationship. That is ecstasy. That is all explained in the Nectar of Devotion, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. Now, he was teaching us that, in his madness he was completely becoming frustrated and everything. Where is Sita? Where is Sita? Then he said, I will go to the depths of the ocean, or the core of the earth, or any place within the entire universe, and I am ready to burn the entire universe if I can't find my Sita. So he was getting all agitated and anger. Now, externally, that is a very important lesson for us to learn. So then what happened when he was getting agitated and he was losing himself? Lakshman counseled Ram. He gave him perspective on, because he was thinking with a cooler head, because he was not having that attachment for Mother Sita, because she was Ram's wife and he was having that attachment for her. And Lakshman was counseling Ram because he had a cooler head, because he did not have that attachment. And finally, after Lakshman told everything he had to say, he said, it is not that I am telling you something new, it is you who have instructed us in all these things. But current situation has overpowered that power of reason. So I'm just repeating what you have said as a matter of service to you. So no pride, just as a matter of service. So everybody, why there is Gita Path, especially in North India, when somebody dies, there is Gita Path. Actually, it should be done every day, but they don't do it. So when somebody passes away, then they do Gita Path. Why? So even if they do every day, there has to be Gita Path when somebody passes away, because that message will actually give the perspective, give the knowledge back. It's not just a perspective like an imaginary opinion, no. It is fact-based. So when we get aligned with the facts again, because emotions agitate and we see everything from a skewed perspective. We don't see it straight. We don't see it from the Shastra point of view. We just, whatever we have learned from Shastra goes out of the window, in those situations. So when we hear again, then the memory is brought back. So we should not keep our mind in an agitated condition. In fact, Gurunapi Vichalyate, we should come to a point where even in the most intense provocation, there has to be complete peace of mind. Sthitos mein, what is that? 6:20 to 23. यत्रो परमते चित्तं निरुद्धं योगसेवया यत्र चैवात्मनात्मानं पश्यन्यात्मनि तुष्यति सुखम आत्यंतिकं यत्तत् बुद्धिग्राह्यम अतीन्द्रियम सुखम आत्यंतिकम यत्तत् बुद्धिग्राह्यम अतीन्द्रियम. Atindriyam means more than the senses. So when one gets established in the spiritual happiness, which is above this, way above the sensory happiness, vetti yatra na chaivayam sthitas chalati tattvataha, he becomes firmly fixed. He doesn't shake anymore. Yam labdhva cha aparam labham manyate na adhikam tataha. Yasmin sthito na dukhena gurunapi vichalyate. So in that very intense condition, one is not shaken when one is in samadhi. So that samadhi can be attained, that peace of mind can be attained when one is fully Krishna conscious. So Krishna consciousness we have to cultivate every day, abhyasa yoga yuktena. Then we can control our passion and anger, lust, anger, greed, illusion, finally madness. So that is the whole answer to this. So now, going back, see, bewilderment of memory. So how to again, even if it is, first of all, we have to learn all these things when we have a cool head. And when things get agitated, then again we have to hear these things to cool our head again and come back to the proper understanding. Otherwise we will do, if we just let it go, if we let the mind loose, frustration, and then I do some nonsense and then it goes to madness. So I can't be doing that. The whole thing is to control the mind. Yoga Indriya Samyama. Yoga means to control our senses in the mind through superior engagement. So when it's get agitated by inferior situations, again we have to remind ourselves of the superior situation, that we are actually the soul, we have nothing to do with this body or any relations with this body, anything related to this body. That is what I have to understand. So that's why that recollection should be there. If nobody else helps us recollect, we have to recollect ourselves. Like Gajendra. Subal Prabhu was mentioning the story yesterday in the class as well, in the Sunday program, Bhagavad Gita class. So, Gajendra learned those shlokas as King Indradyumna in the previous life, and he was cursed and he became an elephant. And in this life as an elephant, he was, enjoying and everything, as an elephant. And then when he was attacked by the crocodile, and there was a fight between them for 1,000 years, coming out of the water, going back into the water, coming out of the water, going into the water. So it was very intense for 1,000 years. So just imagine, of course, heavenly elephant, that's why they can fight for so long, and heavenly crocodile as well. But then, after all of that, finally when he thought, okay, I'm going to die now, after all his efforts were spent, and he thought, oh, my wives and everything, all my children, nobody can help me. And then, when he lost all hope, finally he took shelter of Narayana. He remembered all those verses which he learned in his previous life. So who recollected for him when the memory was so agitated? When you're fighting so intensely for 1,000 years, so much so that the demigods were themselves surprised. It's mentioned there in the Bhagavatam. Demigods were surprised. How long this battle has been. So there was nobody to help him recollect. All his wives and children, everybody were elephants. What elephant can tell you? But then he recollected. So that's why we have to remember why shloka learning is so important. Because when we have a cool head, then we have to remember all these things. So when things go for the worse, then we can chant all these things and reflect on the meaning again, and then recollect all these things. So anyway, so from anger, complete delusion arises, and from delusion, bewilderment of memory. When memory is bewildered, intelligence is lost. Then we will do, with our intelligence we can understand these things are all bad, but we can't help. Why? Because we're already under the control of lust. Memory is lost, intelligence, memory is bewildered, intelligence lost, and when intelligence is lost, one falls down again into the material pool. So this is the cycle that is happening. Now cycle is a spiraling downward. So this is what is happening. So of course we are all inflicted with lust. So we have to manage that. How? That's why there are different ashrams. Brahmachari, Grahastha, Vanaprastha, Sannyasa. So when one cannot, then okay, go to Grahastha ashram. But there also there has to be a lot of restraint. It's not that free for all. But apart from that, that is a material adjustment. That is one layer of it. But the core of the whole problem is lust. So the only way we can replace lust is Krishna consciousness. We have to constantly hear. When devotees ask Prabhupada, what can I do if my mind is so agitated by lust or whatever it is? He said, you just sit down, take your bead bag and start chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Chant. That's it. Just focus on the Mahamantra and chant. And read Prabhupada's books. Read. If you can't chant continuously, because we can't chant continuously, right? Chant. And then read Prabhupada's books. Read. Sincerely read. Repentantly read. We have to be repentant. Repentance will purify us. Repentance will purify us. And we have to sincerely repent every time, we get these thoughts, we get these feelings. We have to immediately repent. What nonsense I am. Krishna, please save me. Krishna, please save me. Grab the book and start reading. Grab that mala and start chanting. So now let's see something about lust. How destructive it is. Now, since you're asking this question, I assume that you would certainly would not want to be under the control of this kind of behavior, right? This kind of thoughts. So that's why you're asking. So now Arjuna is also asking similarly. See, Arjuna is asking, 3rd chapter, 36th verse of Bhagavad Gita. Arjuna uvacha atha kena prayuktoyam papam charati purushah anichannapi varshneya baladiva niyojitaha. Arjuna said, O descendant of Vrishni, by what is one impelled to sinful acts, even unwillingly, as if engaged by force? Now he is also saying that I do not want to be under the control of lust, but what is impelling us to be under the control of lust, even unwillingly? Actually, he did not say lust. He said, why do we commit sinful activities, even though we do not want it? So then Krishna answers here. This is the answer. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Kama Esha Krodha Esha Rajoguna Samudbhavaha Mahashano Mahapapma Vidhyenam Mihavairinam. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, it is lust only, Arjuna, which is born of contact with the material mode of passion and later transformed into wrath, and which is the all-devouring sinful enemy of this world. You see? It's lust only, Arjuna. So lust is born from the mode of passion, Rajogun. So there is a hint. Now there are 3 modes. We have to understand. Unless we understand these 3 modes and how we are situated within this and how we are controlled by these things, we won't understand our situation. We do not know our whereabouts. We do not know what to do and what not to do. Why this Krishna consciousness is so effective if done properly, if done nicely. Why is it so effective? We have to understand. So first of all, we need to know where we are. Where we are means, here, this is my address, this is my home or whatever. No, I'm talking about where we are in the 3 modes. So if our habits are all in the mode of passion and ignorance, of course, these are to be expected. It will go down. When we start with passion, it will go down to ignorance. And ignorance, we may underestimate ignorance. When we go to the bottom of ignorance, it's just horrible. You see what kind of thing you have mentioned, this cuckold fetish. This is the height of madness. So these kind of things, it will go even worse. Nowadays people are having, the other day I mentioned, bestiality brothels. Bestiality brothels means, a brothel is a sex house, maybe like a prostitute den, a den of prostitutes. So bestiality brothels are places where one can have sex with animals. And they have all kinds of fetishes. In fact, I have learned from who told me this? I don't remember. There are these things in the internet, the dark web, where people have fetish for absolutely horrible things. So they have fetish for watching videos where small children are raped, sexually abused, and small children are killed, cut their parts one by one. These are the kinds of fetish they have. Or they want to see the late abortion. In some parts of the US it is legal. You can abort the baby anytime before birth. So of course when the baby is so big, what to do? How to take out? So cesarean. They kill the baby and take out. So those kinds of babies they want to see, and they want to see them mutilated. Horrible things. From what kind of mindset these things come? Madness. These are signs of crazy madness, hellish madness. So the mind will go to depths which you can't even fathom. It's scary, the mode of ignorance. So we have to curb this. This is a huge enemy. So we need to know what are the symptoms of passion and ignorance. And we have to get our mind, everything, our existence to goodness. And then go higher. Shuddha Sattva. So now, next verse. Of course, you can read the purport, but I'm not going to read everything. We have a lot of questions to cover. So, dhumena vriyate vahnir yathadarsho malena cha yatholbena vrito jnanam garbhas tatha tenedama vritam. As fire is covered by smoke, as a mirror is covered by dust, or as the embryo is covered by the womb, the living entity is similarly covered by different degrees of this lust. So, okay, let's understand those three things very briefly. In the purport, in the first part of the purport is mentioned here. There are 3 degrees of covering of the living entity by which his pure consciousness is obscured. This covering is but lust under different manifestations like smoke in the fire, dust on the mirror, and womb about the embryo. When lust is compared to smoke, it is understood that the fire of the living spark can be little perceived. In other words, when the living entity exhibits his Krishna consciousness slightly, he may be likened to the fire covered by smoke. Although fire is necessary where there is smoke, there is no overt manifestation of fire in the early stage. This stage is like the beginning of Krishna consciousness. The dust on the mirror refers to a cleansing process of the mirror of the mind by so many spiritual methods. The best process is to chant the holy names of the Lord. The embryo covered by the womb is an analogy illustrating a helpless position for a child in the womb. For the child in the womb is so helpless that he cannot even move. This stage of living condition can be compared to that of the trees. The trees are also living entities, but they have been put in such a condition of life by such a great exhibition of lust that they are almost void of all consciousness. The covered mirror is compared to the birds and beasts, and the smoke-covered fire is compared to the human being. So you see the different degrees of the lust. In the form of a human being, the living entity may revive a little Krishna consciousness, and if he makes further development, the fire of spiritual life can be kindled in the human form of life. By careful handling of the smoke in the fire, fire can be made to blaze. Therefore, the human form of life is a chance for the living entity to escape the entanglement of material existence. In the human form of life, one can conquer the enemy lust by cultivation of Krishna consciousness under able guidance. Carefully chosen words. Lust can be conquered by cultivation of Krishna consciousness under able guidance. So Krishna consciousness is the answer. And how to do properly? Under able guidance. Under the guidance of devotees who are following strictly the instruction of the spiritual master. So, there are different degrees of lust. So that's what we understood from this verse. Now, next. The 7 verses from here, chapter 3, text 37, all the way to 43. Very, very, very instructive verses. So 339. Avritam jnanam etena jnanino nityavairina kama rupena kaunteya dushpurena nalena cha. Thus the wise living entity's pure consciousness becomes covered by his eternal enemy in the form of lust, which is never satisfied and which burns like fire. There's a similar verse, Srimad Bhagavatam, I think it's 14 maybe. Yes. Najatu kamah kamanam upabhogena shamyati havisha krishna vartmeva bhuya eva bhivardhate. As supplying butter to a fire does not diminish the fire but instead increases it more and more, the endeavor to stop lusty desires by continual enjoyment can never be successful. In fact, one must voluntarily cease from material desires. In another word also it is said in another verse, Nayam deho deha bhajam niraloke kashtan kaman arhate vidbhujamye tapodivyam putrakayana sattvam suddhyadyasmad brahma saukyam tvanantam. So we have to do tapasya to come out of this lust, because lust is available. If we try to gratify that lust, that can also be done in a pig's body in a much better way without much guilt. Now one may feel guilty, right? If he does this kind of things. But in pig's life, no guilt. Anything you can do. Mother, sister, daughter, whatever you want, you can do sex with whoever you want. So that kind of life is also possible. So, Lust is meant for those kind of beings, but human beings, we have to come out of this. And we have higher intelligence to come out of this, to help us come out of this. So we have to make good use of it. So, as supplying fire to the butter. So this we have here. Lust is like fire, and which never satisfies and which burns like fire. And the more fuel you give to the fire, the more it will become bigger, the fire, and it will demand even more fuel. So you just can't feed the fire with fuel. You have to extinguish it. Now, more information about how lust exists. Indriyani mano buddhir asyadhisthanamuchyate etair vimoha yatyesha jnanam avritya dehinam. The senses, the mind and the intelligence are the sitting places of this lust. Through them, lust covers the real knowledge of the living entity and bewilders him. Senses, mind and intelligence. That means our entire being is covered by the lust. Now, what are the senses? The 10 senses. 5 knowledge acquiring senses, Jnanendriya, and 5 working senses, Karmendriya. So the senses 5 knowledge acquiring, we know: eyes, nose, ears, tongue and touch. The skin. Now the 5 working senses are hands, legs, speech, genitals and anus. So if our Jnanendriya and Karmendriya, all the senses are, if lust is sitting there, then we speak of such matters, we think of such matters. Oh no, thinking is with the mind, sorry. We do things that will, there are okay, let's get to this first. So nowadays there are so many so-called, what is this called? Sex objects, sex toys, I think they call it, for doing things like masturbation. There is a whole, I think, variety of items they use to do this kind of things. So, if our senses, our karmendriya is used for those kind of things, and our jnanendriya, hearing is one of the jnanendriya. If we hear this kind of topics, if we see this kind of movies, if we what are the touch means, okay, these devices, they're used for inciting the sexual desire. So these kind of things if we do, and all our senses, and that is very, very bad, hopeless condition. Then we have those are the senses, and then the mind is thinking of in many, many ways. There's a beautiful explanation by Srila Prabhupada. I think somebody shared it in the WhatsApp groups or something. Let me see. First of all, I will show you this verse. It's actually in the Matchless Gift book. Okay, first we will go to another verse. 6, 13, 14. Here, Brahmacharyam karmana manasa vacha sarvavasthasu sarvada sarvatra maithunatyago brahmacharyam prachakshate. The vow of brahmacharya is meant to help one completely abstain from sex indulgence in work, words and mind at all times, under all circumstances and in all places. Sarva avasthasu, sarvada. Sarvada means always, in all time. Sarva avasthasu means all situations. And sarvatra means everywhere and all places. Sarva avasthasu, sarvada and sarvatra. And karmana, manasa, vacha, by activities, by contemplation in the mind, and by talking about the subject matters. Sarvatra maithuna tyago. Maithuna tyago. The sex life has to be given up. Brahmacharyam prachakshate. That is brahmacharya. So, this Sridhar Swami has explained in a little more detail, especially this manasa. Karmana and manasa actually. No, even vacha. Okay, actually. All these karmana, manasa, vacha, he has little bit elaborated. Sridhar Swami in his commentary to Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 6, Chapter 1, Text 12. So if you see Chapter 6, 1, 12, there Brahmacharyam is being mentioned. Sorry. Not this. 6-2-12, 6-3-12. What is that? Brahmachari Gurukula. That one is 7-6. That is 7-6. Okay. Okay, 6-1-12. 6-1-13. Okay. Tapasa brahmacharyena shamena cha damena cha. 7-12-1. Yes, 7-12-1 is that one. But Sridhar Swami commented on 6-1-13, I think 6-1-13 probably. Tyagena satya sauchabhyam yamena niyamena vadeha vagbuddhijam dhira dharmagyaha shraddhayanvitaha kshipantyagam mahadabi venugulmam ivanalaham. Especially the first part. To concentrate the mind, one must observe a life of celibacy and not fall down. To concentrate the mind, one must observe celibacy and not fall down. Means, if we do not observe, then we cannot even focus, we cannot even concentrate the mind. One must undergo the austerity of voluntarily giving up sense enjoyment. One must then control the mind and senses, give charity, be truthful, clean and non-violent, follow the regular principles and regularly chant the holy name of the Lord. So the other Sridhar Swami's explanation is Smaranam Kirtanam Keli Prekshanam Guhya Bhashanam Sankalpodhyavasayascha Kriya Nivrittir Evacha. What is that? Smaranam Kelihi. Let's see. Yeah, matchless gift. Here we have. You see this? Make it a little bigger. 6-1-12, yeah, purport. 6-1-12 commentary, Sridhar Swami has mentioned this. Smaranam kirtanam keli prekshanam guhyabhashanam sankalpo adhyavasayascha kriya nirvrittirevacha. To properly execute celibacy, one should not even think or even talk of sex life. Reading modern literature and newspapers which are filled with sexual material is also against the principles of brahmacharya. Similarly, indulging in sex in any way, looking at and whispering with girls, and determining or endeavoring to engage in sex life are all against the principles of brahmacharya. One executes real brahmacharya when all these activities come to a halt. Now, smaranam means to think about it, to think about it. Kirtanam, to talk about it. Kelihi means this romantic affairs. Prekshanam means to see, to look at. Like Ajamil, he looked at some prostitute kissing another man and then he got attracted to the prostitute. Seeing, prekshanam. Guhya bhashanam means speaking. Guhya bhashanam means secretly speaking, secretly conversing with women. Sankalpa, by determining, like, okay, let me do like this, making plans about how to have sex life, how to get this girl. Sometimes people are there, chasing, stalking girls. Or sometimes even girls do to boys, honestly. It's going both ways nowadays. So, sankalpa. So, this planning. Adhyavasayascha. Adhyavasaya means, what is that? Adhyavasaya means indulging in sex, I think. No, kriya. Kriya nirvrittir. Endeavoring to engage. Kriya nirvrittir means, I think, endeavoring to engage. Adhyavasayascha means determining or endeavoring to engage in sex life. So, anyway, you get the point. You see here, karmana, manasa, vacha, all are there. To indulge in sex life, to think about it, to make plans, to see, to hear about, to think about, to determine. Determine is by, by buddhi. So, karmana, manasa, vacha. So, all these things are elaborated by Sridhar Swami in this way. So, we have to stay away from this. And we just can't take out that and then have a vacuum. No, we have to fill it with Krishna consciousness. And Prabhupada actually was mentioning, somebody was sharing recently that quote. Let me see if I can find it out. Wow, it became so small. Okay, I can't find immediately. So, what Prabhupada was saying is to thinking about a woman in a romantic way is as good as lying down with a woman in a bed. Why? How come? Because he said the heart is the best resting place. If one is free from all this lust, Krishna rests there. Ebaro koruna koro Vaishnava Gosha. In that song, Tomara hridaye sada Govinda Vishram. So, Tomara hridaya sada Govinda Vishram, Narottam Das Thakur has sung. So, in your heart, in the Vaishnava's heart, he's talking about a Vaishnav, pure devotee. In your heart rests Govinda, in the excellent bedstead of the lotus of your heart. So if Krishna is not there, what is there? Lust is there. And when woman, if woman is in our heart, then that is the bed. You're actually lying down with the woman. Prabhupada said like this. See how he equated this. This is the one? Yes, Prabhu was sharing it. That's right. Yes. Thank you very much. Divya Mataji. I will take that out. 427.4. Yes, this is actually. Thank you. That's where I saw it. Very powerful. 427.4. Shayana unnadha mado mana maharha talpe mahishi bhujopadhi tameva viro manute param yatas Tamo bhibhuto na nijam param chayat. In this way, increasingly overwhelmed by illusion, King Puranjan, although advanced in consciousness, remained always lying down with his head on the pillow of his wife's arms. In this way, he considered woman to be his ultimate life and soul. Becoming thus overwhelmed by the mode of ignorance, he could not understand the meaning of self-realization for his self, or of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Now here, 427.4 purport. Thinking of a woman always within one's heart is tantamount to lying down with a woman on a valuable bedstead. The heart is the bedstead, and it is the most valuable bedstead. When a man thinks of women and money, he lies down and rests on the arms of his beloved woman or wife. In this way, he overindulges in sex life and thus becomes unfit for self-realization. So, thinking also should not be there, even. If one cannot control in this way, one is allowed to go to Grihasthashram and, have a relationship with one woman, limit it, and only for procreation, and then take responsibility. But that's not the answer. That's not the complete answer. Complete answer is Krishna consciousness. But for the time being, to cure the emergency of that disease, these things are there. So that one is a little bit cooled down, the agitation has cooled down a little bit, and then one can focus on Krishna consciousness to solve the problem. Because otherwise, there is this Bhagavad Gita, you see, 334. This is a very important thing. I'm actually spending a lot of time on this question, because this is a core. This is at the very core of our entire problem in the material world, this lust. Now, the question may be very, very extreme. But everybody is suffering from this disease of kamam hridrogam to some extent or the other. So now, indriya sendriya sarthe ragadvesho vyavasthitau tayorna vashamagachet tauhyasya paripanthino. There are principles to regulate attachment and aversion pertaining to the senses and their objects. One should not come under the control of such attachment and aversion because they are stumbling blocks on the path of self-realization. Now, like marriage is a principle of regulation of sex. So, too much attachment for sex can be regulated through marriage. But one should not come under the control of such attachment and aversion, such controlled, regulated attachment. Oh, now I'm married, now I'm safe. No. It's not safe. Why? Because this is what happens. According to scriptural injunctions, one is forbidden to engage in sex relationships with any woman other than one's wife. All other women are to be considered as one's mother. But in spite of such injunctions, a man is still inclined to have sex relationships with other women. Do not ever think that a married man is satisfied with his wife. No, he's not. The thought of enjoying other woman comes to the mind. It is only because of extreme consequences that would come if he tried any of that he stops. If there was no consequence, he will definitely try it. And because there will be consequences, there will be all hell will break loose. Because of that fear, he will stop. And that is actually good for him in a sense, because that lust is always there. It can happen for women, for other men also. Either way it goes. So, it is good because that control is good. Because if I do something, if I have a relationship with another woman, then this wife will become very angry. And there will be all hell will break loose. And that is good for the man. Because that will control him. And fearing that consequence, and of maybe he's from a good family and stuff like that. So to not bring disrepute to the family, not cause harm to the wife, or don't bring a big problem to oneself. For all these fears are good, fine. To these are deterrents on the path for him from doing such activities. But if he is idiot enough, he will, in spite of all these things, he will go and do it. Actually, there's nothing that can stop him. But he will think of these consequences and try to stop. But if he chooses not to think of those, he will go ahead and do it. So, actually there's nothing that is really stopping him. So, but in spite of such injunctions, a man is still inclined to have sex relationships with other women. These propensities are to be curbed, otherwise there will be stumbling blocks on the path of self-realization. As long as the material body is there, the necessities of the material body are allowed, but under rules and regulations. And yet, we should not rely upon the control of such allowances. Oh, because I am now married, okay, my wife will make sure that I won't go into any other woman. If I try, my wife will beat me up, and okay, that is good. Okay, so now I am safe. No, the whole point is to focus on where is our mind, because ante narayana smriti. Otherwise, we are just going to think of something else and go somewhere else. So our real thing is not just this. Real thing is how to remember Krishna. So put ourselves in a position where there are a lot of deterrents for us from going to that kind of a path. And now that we are a little bit secure, okay, a little bit satisfied, maybe the sex is also satisfied with the wife, then one must work on the Krishna consciousness. Either way, if one has not gone to that marriage or something, but if I have an extreme fetish, then no woman would even want to marry such a person, right? So I have to first of all, because marriage is not just for sex. A man, when he marries, he has to lead the woman like a guru. So he has to be strong. So Krishna consciousness is the answer. So Krishna consciousness will Shravanam Kirtanam. This has to happen every time, every single day. So then only we can become strong. And then of course devotee association has to be there. As much as possible, association with devotees. Virendra Prabhu is saying, Prabhuji, why do you answer elaborately descriptive and for a long time only one question? There are many questions to be answered in AM session. If you don't like my answer, you are always free to leave. I am not asking you to stay. Right? It's just that I just want to answer elaborately, and that's how I am. If you don't like, I'm sorry. Some questions have to be answered elaborately, some not. So I'm just covering this topic, that's all. If you get angry with that, so please, if you want a shortcut answer, and then maybe you have understood, maybe you are a scholar, but there are others who want to learn, or others maybe can learn something out of this. And if everybody is already a scholar and everybody is already self-realized, I am talking this for myself, to purify myself. So if you have a problem with that, you're always free to do whatever you want. So, coming back here. One has to follow those rules and regulations unattached to them, because practice of sense gratification under regulations may also lead one to go astray, as much as there is always the chance of an accident even on the royal roads. Although they may be very carefully maintained, no one can guarantee that there will be no danger even on the safest road. The sense enjoyment spirit has been current for a very long time, owing to material association. Therefore, in spite of regulated sense enjoyment, there is every chance of falling down. You see, therefore, any attachment for regulated sense enjoyment must also be avoided by all means. But attachment to Krishna consciousness, or acting always in the loving service of Krishna, detaches one from all kinds of sensory activities. Therefore, no one should try to be detached from Krishna consciousness at any stage of life. The whole purpose of detachment from all kinds of sense attachment is ultimately to become situated on the platform of Krishna consciousness. So we have to fill the void with Krishna consciousness. That's the whole answer. Now, coming back to this part. So Virendra Prabhu is saying, I have no problem, Prabhu, sorry for the offense. That's alright. So, next, 341. Tasmat tvamindriyanyado niyamya bharatarshabha papmanam prajahihyenam jnana vijnana nashanam. Therefore, O Arjuna, best of the Bharatas, in the very beginning, curb this great symbol of sin, lust, by regulating the senses and slay this destroyer of knowledge and self-realization. You see, in the very beginning, that's why Kaumara Acharyat Prajna, from 5 years old, one must curb this great symbol of sin, lust, by regulating the senses and slay this destroyer of knowledge, Jnana Vijnana Nashanam. That means what? It is a destroyer of knowledge and self-realization. That means even if we have knowledge, even if we have realizations, but when we engage in lust, we will forget even that. Whatever jnana and vijnana, that memory is bewildered, we have seen in 2nd chapter. That will happen. We will forget all these jnanam, we will forget all the vijnanam, and will be overpowered by lust. So powerful is this lust. It's not that, it will prevent us from having knowledge, it will prevent me from inclination to read Prabhupada's books, or it will prevent me from, self-realization. No. Even if we have, to an extent, some knowledge and some self-realization, to an extent, that will be lost. Bilumangal Thakur, in his previous life, it is said that he went until the stage of bhava, just one step before prema, love of Godhead. From bhava he fell down and he became a prostitute hunter in the next life. Anything can happen, lust can come at the very last moment and capture. And to become one with God and become, now I also want to have Ras Leela. When one wants to become one with God, merge into the existence of God, then he may want to do Ras Leela after that. Again fall down. So, never take this lust lightly. Never can we take. Not that, now I have come to a stage where I know I can handle it. No. Never. You have to fear that lust. So in the very beginning, curb this great symbol of sin by regulating the senses and slay this destroyer of knowledge and self-realization. Of course, you can read the purport, but I am not going to read that. Then next, 342. Indriyani paranyahur indriyebhyah param manasastu parabuddhir yo buddhehe paratastu saha. The working senses are superior to dull matter, mind is higher than the senses, intelligence is still higher than the mind, and he, the soul, is even higher than the intelligence. Why is this mentioned here? Because senses, mind, and intelligence are the sitting places of the lust. And this is the gradation of the thing: senses below, and then mind, and then intelligence, and then the soul. So there is the hint. If even buddhi and mana and indriya all are covered by lust, how can I come out? I have to understand that I am first of all none of these. I am the soul which is above all these, and I can take knowledge from the super soul. And when I act on that knowledge, when I hear that knowledge in the first place and then act on it, then we will be, we will be benefited. And now we can control all the rest downward. So that's why it is mentioned here. And then finally, this is the final verse of the chapter. Evam buddhehe param buddhva samstabhyatmanam jahi shatrum mahabaho kamarupam durasadam. Thus, knowing oneself to be transcendental to the material senses, mind, and intelligence. You see, the soul is transcendental to senses, mind, and intelligence. O mighty Arjuna, one should steady the mind by deliberate spiritual intelligence. So, we have to read, we have to understand. So then our intelligence becomes sharpened. Then we can tell the mind, shut up. Otherwise, our mind will ask the intelligence to shut up. I will take over. No, intelligence should tell the mind, you shut up. Now think of Krishna. That thing must be there. One should steady the mind by deliberate spiritual intelligence, Krishna consciousness, and thus by spiritual strength conquer this insatiable enemy known as lust. So, how to get spiritual strength? Shravanam Kirtanam, that's it. We don't have to do huge tapasya and somewhere Himalaya or something. No. Shravanam Kirtanam, sthane sthita shrutigatam. And on a practical level, apart from Shravanam Kirtanam, these are also very practical, chanting and hearing. Take book. If you feel something like that kind of feeling, just open one book and start reading. Then, another practical things we can do is not eat heavily in the night, and don't eat sweets in the night. Don't eat sour substances in the night. So these things are some of them. But ultimately, the lust is not in all these things. The lust is in the heart. Kamam hridrogam. Hridrogam is a disease of the heart. So Krishna consciousness is the only answer, and we have to follow the morning program, mode of goodness, because kamam is coming from Rajogun, and we have to fight that. We have to come to Sattvagun. So I'll quickly take you to this part. We have seen this many times probably, but for those who have not seen, or those who have seen, it's a good refresher for me too. So you see, Shri Bhagavan Vacha Sattvam Rajastama iti guna buddherna chatmanah Sattvenanyata mohanyat Sattvam Sattvena chaivahi. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, the three modes of material nature, namely goodness, passion, and ignorance, pertain to material intelligence and not to the spirit soul. By development of material goodness, one can conquer the modes of passion and ignorance, and by cultivation of transcendental goodness, one may free oneself even from material goodness. So, how to cultivate goodness? When the living entity becomes strongly, 11.13.2 now, when the living entity becomes strongly situated in the mode of goodness, then religious principles characterized by devotional service to me become prominent. One can strengthen the mode of goodness by cultivation of those things that are already situated in goodness, and thus religious principles arise. So we have to associate with those things that are already situated in goodness, and thus religious principles arise. Dharmo rajastamo hanyat sattva vriddhir anuttamah ashu nashyati tanmulo hi adharma ubhaye hate. Religious principles strengthened by the mode of goodness destroy the influence of passion and ignorance. Here is how the kama, lust, becomes destroyed. Religious principles strengthened by the mode of goodness destroy the influence of passion and ignorance. When passion and ignorance are overcome, their original cause, irreligion, is quickly vanquished. So how to come to this? How to associate with things that are in the mode of goodness? These are the 10 things. Dashaite gunahetavaha. Dasha ete means 10. These 10. Gunahetavaha. Gunahetavaha means causes of attachment to the guna. These 10 things, if they are in the mode of goodness, then we will go to the mode of goodness. If we associate with these 10 things that are in the mode of passion, we go into the mode of passion. And if we associate with these things in the mode of ignorance, then our existence is in the mode of ignorance. Agamopah prajadeshah kalah karma cha janma cha dhyanam mantrotha samskaro dashaite gunahetavah. Agama, religious scriptures. For some people, so there are religious scriptures for mode of goodness, passion and ignorance. And there are also any other scripture, any book, whatever you are following, whichever book is guiding your life, what mode that is in, what it is promoting, goodness, passion and ignorance. And if we are influenced by that, by reading books, we are getting influenced. It is not, association means all these 10 things. Not just associating with people physically. No. Associating means all these 10 things. And books, videos, all these come under the same thing. Content which we are consuming. Agamaha. Scriptures. Apaha, water. What kind of water are we drinking? Am I drinking wine? Am I drinking food, water offered to Krishna? Or am I drinking Coca-Cola and all these things? Passion, ignorance, goodness again. Charanamrit. That is transcendental. So everything has modes. You see, apaha. Prajaha, association with people in general or one's children. This is the association of people. And this can be over, not like even, what is this called? Online also. If we associate with somebody, if we like somebody, that is also association. If we are getting influenced by that person, in whichever way, if they are taking any portion of our life, if we are agreeable to spend our finite time, a part of our finite time for anybody, that means that person has some value in our life. That we are agreeing to exchange a few seconds or minutes or hours or days or years or decades for that person. So we are agreeing to exchange our time for that person. That means it matters. So if I am watching that person on the internet, whatever it is, or if it's physical interaction or on the call, overseas call or whatever it is. Praja. Desha, place. What kind of a place am I associating with? Am I going to the brothel? Like forests are in the mode of goodness. The living beings in the forest are in the mode of ignorance. But for a human being, because he cannot interact with those creatures as one would interact with a human being, that is good in one sense. Because if I associate with another human being in the mode of ignorance and I am not strong enough, then he may influence me and I can talk and then he can influence me by talking. And I can maybe become a smoker or a drunkard or anything like that. There is a danger with a person in the mode of ignorance. But animals are in the mode of ignorance. Trees are in the mode of ignorance. But they can't talk to me. So they can't convince me much. Animals have some communication a little bit, but not fully communicating. Because if there is full communication, then we will easily be, down. So Krishna actually barred that communication to a very limited experience. We can't communicate with animals. Yes, animals are made to obey, by certain manipulation. But it is not the same as you conversing with a human being. And you can maybe control the animal, but the animal can't control you that much. They cannot convince you, hey, please bark now, bark. Barking is good, I enjoy barking. You should also bark with me. The dog can't. And that's a good thing, because we can't really associate. So when we go to the forest, we can only do tapasya. So it is called nirjana, without any, connection with population. So that he is not influenced by anything else. So, forest is in the mode of goodness, city is in the mode of passion, and brothel, a prostitute house, is in the mode of ignorance. And the temple is in the place of pure goodness. So according to the place where I go, that is also association. They say vibes. What is this vibes? Modes. Guna. Sattvagun, Rajagun, Tamagun. Sattvic, Rajasic, Tamasic, or Shuddha Sattvic. Vasudhaiva. What is that? Vasudhaiva Sthiti. So they say vibes. Actually it is the modes. It is the guna of that place. Then Kalaha, what time? This is very important. Kala, time. So Manglacharan, we might as well call Brahma Muhurtam. Brahma Muhurtam means an hour, a time for spiritual activities. Brahma means spiritual. Kala Muhurtam means time. Time for spiritual activities. So that spiritual activities means our Mangalarti and all things starts there. Chanting, deity worship, starting the day with Krishna consciousness. That's how we, that is our morning ritual. Started, and not just starting the day, the whole day actually has to be like that. But give it a good start, and then there is a good, because we always have a starting problem. So there is a whole ritual, okay, starting, wake up and then bathe and then start Mangalarti, chanting, deity worship, these things. So once you get start, then we can, when we start with all these things, then our mind will, think and reflect on these things. That's the whole purpose. And then there is service and like that. And the whole day we can, continue in that way. So Kala, and then once the working hours start, then Rajogun takes over. Then in the evening, Tamogun takes over. That's why those people, they go to the nightclub and all this. Why it is nightclub? Why it is not Mangalarti club or Brahma Muhurta club? No, it is nightclub. It is for those Rakshasas, Pisachis. They all thrive in the night because they are in the mode of ignorance. And these people are in the mode of ignorance. They also thrive in that time. You see, at the time of Mangalarti, Brahma Muhurta time, like 4 or 5 o'clock a.m., these people who have danced all night become hangover or drunk, they'll fall down somewhere and lie down. They become inactive at that time. When morning starts, when the dawn comes, they become inactive. The time of goodness, they become inactive because mode of ignorance they are predominantly operating in. So they are wide awake in the mode of ignorance time. Kala. Karma. What are our activities? Am I engaging in devotional service or work in the mode of goodness, maybe some humanitarian activities, some charitable activities, or in the mode of passion, earning money for myself and maintaining my family members and getting busy with all this, or busy making money. And then finally, mode of ignorance, am I doing criminal activities? Am I doing, horrible things? What am I hearing? What am I seeing? Karma, what am I doing with my time? So what kind of a job I am even doing? What is my livelihood? Is my livelihood to be a butcher? That's horrible. Am I a gynecologist? If that is the case, many gynecologists, they do abortion. So that is horrible. Insane amount of sin one accrues when one engages in this kind of occupation. So Janmacha. Now here is something important. Janma. Oh, according to one's Janma also. Yes, because different species are there. Why are they there? Similarly, different families are there. Usually Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, why it became family thing? Because in that family, that culture was prevalent, Brahmanical culture, and therefore the son also would become a Brahmana. The criterion was not because he was born of a Brahmana family, he is Brahmana, but because he was born of a Brahmana father in that family, he has a very good chance of learning all those things from his, family culture. And he would become a Brahmana. So that's why it was Janma. But if one has no advantage of proper Janma, then initiation is there. That is also Janma. What is that? Dvija. Twice born. So that Janma will qualify one. If one is initiated by a spiritual master, then whatever was his previous Janma, that doesn't matter. Now his Janma, now he is committed to this process and taken the shelter of the spiritual master. Yes, now this Janma matters. So that's why, to purify whatever Janma we had of ignorance, goodness, passion, we have to take initiation, then it becomes Shuddha Sattva. But if we are initiated into initiation, Diksha, that is birth here, but one birth is by family, that is one thing. But also, if I get initiated into a process, and that process is maybe entrepreneurship, I was mentored, just like a spiritualist will have, a devotee will have a guru, bona fide guru. Everybody has some guru, somebody teaches him, like, for example, in the boxing world, in the sports, this Mike Tyson was there. He was very powerful, boxer. Now he had a guru, one, what is it called? What is his name? Cus D'Amato, yes. Because I was into the martial arts and all these things. So even Bruce Lee, he was a fighter. He had a guru, master, who taught him Kung Fu. And this Tyson, everybody has a guru, right? So who are we taking as guru? That also matters. So that is also a kind of a janma, initiating the person into a certain kind of activities. Although it may not be a yajna and all that, but basically what is this? Yajna, diksha means the process, the devotional process. So if somebody has, introduces or, guides somebody on a particular path, there is a kind of initiation into a certain process. So these are also involved. So dhyanam, next is dhyanam item, this is the next. So what I am meditating on, again in the mode of goodness, passion, ignorance and pure goodness, Krishna, or if I am meditating on always sex, or if I am meditating on maybe helping others in a humanitarian way, or charitable, or like self-control a little bit, but not yet, or just on a level of moral principles or something, goodness. Real goodness, transcendental is devotee. Then ignorance, these are, what is my meditation? I don't meditate. No, that's a false. Everybody is meditating. Meditation means to think about something. That's it. Everybody is thinking about something all the time. Nobody can stay without thinking. But what is the subject matter of my thinking? That is in again 3 modes. And in the Bhagavad Gita we have each of the items in 3 modes. Charity in 3 modes, meditation in 3 modes, sacrifice in 3 modes, religious systems in 3 modes. Everything in 3 modes are there. Worship in 3 modes. Then mantra, chanting of mantras. Now there are Kali mantras which are from the mode of ignorance, people in the mode of ignorance. And there is of course the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, which is Shuddha Sattva, Golok Vrindavan, Golokera Premathan, Harinam Sankirtan. And there are other, passion, like going to the heavenly planets just to enjoy, that kind of mantras are there. And if one is not religious, whatever is one's slogan of life, what are the quotes, some people have motivational quotes, on their wallpaper or whatever. So they want to get motivated. That is their mantra. Okay, I want to think like this. They want to be guided by that. So that is their mantra of life, or mantras of life. What they chant, what they remember, what they get influenced by, basically. Atha samskara, rituals for purification. What kind of rituals? Like Diksha is a ritual. Vivaha is a ritual. Yeah, everybody has rituals. And for those who are not religious, they have their own rituals, whimsical rituals. So, what we do, again, modes. Samskara, dasha ete guna hetava. These are the 10 things. It's funny how they have changed the meaning of meditation to think of nothing. Yeah, Vraja Kishor Prabhu, meditation means to think of nothing. So, that is exact opposite of meditation. Anyway, to try to think of nothing is also thinking, so that is also meditation in that way. So they actually have no brains to say whatever they are saying. So these 10 things, when we associate with these 10 items, then our existence is accordingly situated. Goodness, passion, ignorance. So, translation. According to the quality of religious scriptures, one's association with one's children or with people in general, the particular place, time, activities, birth, meditation, chanting of mantras, purificatory rituals, the modes of nature become differently prominent. Next, tat satvikam evaisham yadyad vriddha prachakshate nindanti tamasam tat rajasam tad upekshitam. Among the 10 items I have just mentioned, the great sages who understand Vedic knowledge have praised and recommended those that are in the mode of goodness, criticized and rejected those in the mode of ignorance, and shown indifference to those in the mode of passion. Until one revives one's direct knowledge of the spirit soul and drives away the illusory identification of the material body and mind caused by the 3 modes of nature, one must cultivate those things in the mode of goodness. By increasing the mode of goodness, one automatically can understand and practice religious principles, and by such practice, transcendental knowledge is awakened. See? So these are the things. Now, how do I know what to do? What are the 10 items in the mode of goodness, passion, ignorance? How to figure out all these things? Well, that's why the spiritual master is there. We need that guide. Rajas tamascha sattvena sattvam chopashamena cha etat sarvam gurau bhaktya purusho hyanjasa jayet. One must conquer the modes of passion and ignorance by developing the mode of goodness. And then one must become detached from the mode of goodness by promoting oneself to the platform of Shuddha Sattva. All this can be automatically done if one engages in the service of the spiritual master with faith and devotion. In this way, one can conquer the influence of the modes of nature. So, Srila Prabhupada has given us a whole program how to engage every moment of our life in Krishna consciousness. Oh, no wonder. Okay, my table is a bit higher than usual, that's why. So, anyway. So, this is why we have to, follow the instruction of the spiritual master. Then we will be able to rise above all these things. This is what I can say. Prabhu, which text is it? 7:15:25 Srimad Bhagavatam. Alright, so that is that for now. So I think I've answered the question elaborately. I hope that was a little helpful. Bhakta Subramanium is saying, hope that when this video is uploaded on YouTube, timestamps are given for respective questions. So, I do not have the time to do that, but I think you may have to do that for me. Bhakta Subramaniam, you I think have to do it, or some other one of your devotees. So that is we have to distribute our service. I can't sit down and do all of that. It's not, I think it won't take much, this thing. But the question has to be shortened so that the chapter can be read, the chapter name. So anyway, next question. Okay. That was a long answer actually. What's the time? Wow, 9 o'clock. There we go. So, another next question by Vraja Kishor Prabhu. Okay, so Vraja Kishor Prabhu is asking, all those Prabhupada has some humble obeisances, Hare Krishna. What is the significance of each of the items on the arati plate that are offered to the deities during the arati? For example, fanning provides comfort and it is something that we can also relate to. But what do the other items signify? Thanks in advance. So, I was thinking of this question also before, until I came to understand that if fan is used for comfort, now charmer actually is used for driving away mosquitoes. Because, and peacock fan is for cooling, like that. So, but in the spiritual world, there are no mosquitoes. Maybe there are mosquitoes, but they are all devotees. You don't want to drive them away from the Lord. So what is the need of a chamra? And the Lord, when we learn in the Bhagavad Gita 2nd chapter that, the soul cannot, be withered by the wind or, touched by, cut into pieces or burned by fire. If he cannot be burned by fire, then how can he be cooled by fan? So, if a soul is like that, then what about the super soul? Because air ultimately is material, but the soul, Supreme Lord is spiritual. So ultimately, what are the meaning of these things? The only answer can be that if the Lord wants us to do it this way, we have to do it this way. Okay, so maybe the cloth. Why like that? Turn them clockwise like that. Turn them clockwise and this many rounds. What is the meaning of that? So, many things, just like Patram Pushpam Phalam Toyam. The Lord has made very grand arrangement for our sense gratification. But to satisfy Him is actually very simple. We don't need all this grandiose arrangement. All this grandeur of the material world is for satisfying our so-called whimsical desires. And the Lord doesn't need any of this. He's just asking Patram Pushpam Phalam Toyam. So basically, it is just our intention to satisfy the Lord. That's it. So if the Lord says do like this and we do like that, that's it. For example, if one passes stool, one has to take a shower. It is considered dirty. But before the stool was passed out, it was within the body. So the body is still dirty. Now when the stool has come out, now it is considered a dirty thing. We have to immediately take a bath. But when the stool is inside, we don't need to take a bath. We are completely pure. Is that so? Why? Why is that so? So if you see like that, then it doesn't make much sense. Why? But if the Lord says that this is the principle of cleanliness, I ask of you. So if you do this, I will be satisfied. So when Krishna defines what is in the mode of goodness, what is in the mode of passion, what is in the mode of good ignorance, we just have to follow. Krishna does not need logic. Krishna does not need logic. He does not need to prove that because of this I am asking you to do this. No. I want you to do like this, just do it. I am the boss. There is no reason because of which I work like this or I ask somebody to work like this. No. I decide the reason. So, basically what we accept as law, these are the rules, these are the reasons, these are all set in place. These are actually the whims of the Lord. Why the gravity, why is it falling down to the ground? We may say gravity, this law, some constant in this formula and all this. No. That may be your calculation, yes. But who put that whole system in place? It is the pure whim of the Lord. Whatever his whims, this whole everything is working around his whims. And those are laws for us because they are set in stone. We cannot go against them. But he can do anything. He can reverse it if he wants. He can reverse it. So that's completely under his control. He is not under the control of them. That is called Mayadhyakshena Prakriti Suyate Sacharacharam. So anyway, coming back to the point, why this way, that way? It's just the Lord wants it. Like the other day somebody was sharing, I think Radhika Mataji was sharing with me. One Mataji asked Prabhupada, in the nectar of devotion it is mentioned that red and blue sari we cannot wear, or red and blue dress we cannot wear. Then why is that so? Prabhupada's answer, you know what it was? Because it is red and blue. Is that alright? Prabhupada says like that. Then she was like a little puzzled. What kind of answer is that? He said, see, some things we just cannot question. There must be reason. There must be definitely some reason. But we don't have to know the reason for everything. What we have to know is that this is what Krishna wants. That's it. When gopis were told by Naradmuni, Krishna has a headache, they did not theorize, wait a minute. That is a condition of the material world. How can Krishna, if a soul cannot have headache, how can Krishna have headache? What are you talking? This is nonsense. No. They did not reason out. Krishna has headache. He wants medicine. This is the dust of our feet is his medicine. Take. That's it. No, but this vichar was not there on us. But I will go to hell if I do. No, nothing. You take whatever. Krishnanushilanam. That is our movement. Those who want to learn something with some reasoning and rhyme or reason, they can learn this shastra and everything. But ultimately, it comes down to the point of I have to satisfy my Lord. Just like in a company, I have to satisfy my boss. The boss likes it this way, I have to do it that way. Even if I don't agree that it should be done that way, but if the boss likes it that way, then I have to do it because I have to satisfy him. I cannot say no, that's wrong. No, I want it like this. The boss says, otherwise you are fired. Okay sir. That's it. So we are always satisfied. Like movie actors, they are acting and they want to make a movie which everybody will like. So they are accepting their likes, their acceptance. The movie may be complete crap, teaching all kind of immoral things, but if people like, I will do it, I want money. So we are just acting for the pleasure of someone else. And like sportsmen, they also want to satisfy their fans. Fans are sitting there in the stadium. This cricketer Virat Kohli is coming and getting duck out, 0. Everybody is dissatisfied. Boo, boo, everybody. So he has to satisfy them. He is getting paid also because of such huge fanfare, right? So ultimately, we are working for pleasure of someone. anyway. So why don't we work for the pleasure of the Lord? If the Lord wants it this way, that's it. There's no other reason. If there is some other reason, well and good. I do not know. What we know is these are the rules. Acharyas have given like this is deity worship. This is what the Lord wants. Fine. Ultimately, it is Him who decides what is correct, what is wrong, what is good, what is bad. We just have to follow. This is the one. One second. I'll just put this comment here. Wow. Okay. Prabhupada said, you see, you have to accept the Vedic injunction as it is. There is some meaning which may not be explained immediately, but because it is so enjoined, we have to accept it. It's like the conch shell. Conch shell is the bone of an animal. Now in the Vedas it is said that if you touch the bone of an animal or human being, you have to take bath immediately to purify yourself. Purify yourself. Now this conch shell is also bone of an animal. Now it is kept in the deity's room. Now if you say the bone of an animal is impure, how is it that it is kept in deity's room? But it is actually being done. Why it is being done? Because it is injunction in the Vedas. Similarly, all such injunctions we have to accept, but there is meaning. There is meaning, and that may not be understood immediately. That doesn't matter. So if instead of red garment, if you take the saffron, what is harm to you? So you should accept the injunction. So there are injunctions always for, so we just have to follow. Alright, so next question. Okay. Anandini Mataji already asked. Okay. Bhakta Subramanium. Just give me a second. Okay. Some rascals say that the four acharyas of the four sampradayas have varying philosophy. How it can be absolute when it's varying like this? How do we answer that? They don't have varying philosophy. Philosophy is same, but their approach, the angle of their vision, the way they word it is different. But ultimately they are all accepting the same thing, that we are a devotee of Krishna. We are not God, unlike the Mayavadis say, the impersonalists, Shankaracharya's followers. They say that we are one with God. If you are one with God, then if you are as good as God, why did you come under the influence of avidya, ignorance? That means avidya is greater than God. What nonsense you are speaking. So this is a rubbish philosophy. So Vaishnavas do not agree with that philosophy. So they always say that we are always infinitesimal and God is infinite and we are His eternal servant. That is the premise of every Vaishnava Acharya. Whether he says Dvaita, Advaita, whether he says Shuddha Advaita, whether he says Vishishta Advaita, whether he says Achinta Bheda Bhedattva, or Shuddha Dvaita, like Madhvacharya. So either way, it is always the same thing. Just explain different mannerism, that's all. It's never any varying philosophy. Qualitative oneness, quantitative difference, and that's the main thing. That's how we are related to the Lord. Okay. Then next. So this is also from Bhakta Subramaniam. Prabhu, another question I have is that yet again some people say that the verse Sampradaya Vihinaye mantraste nishphalamata, which is supposed to be from Padma Purana, is not there in the Padma Purana if we look for it. How do we counter their arguments, Prabhu? So I think I have answered similar question in one of the AMAM sessions about that Yunam, what is that? Yuvatinam yatha yunam cha yuvataho yatha. So it is said that it's Vishnu Puran, first canto, 20th chapter, verse 19. But we found out that it was from a commentary or something. I need to actually note that down, what we have discussed that day. I did not take notes on it. Basically, Yunam, if anybody can find this. Please share it. Okay, here, 11-36 purport. Vishnu Puran, you see 1.20.19. Yuvatinam yatha yuni yunam cha yuvatau yatha mano bhiramate tadvan mano me ramatam tvai. As the minds of young girls take pleasure in thinking of a young boy, and those of young boys take pleasure in thinking of a young girl, may my mind take pleasure in you. So, this is the prayer to Krishna or Vishnu. So, this actually is not in the Vishnu Puran. This 1.20.19 is a different verse, but it is a very similar meaning. Totally different verse. So, I understood. I think that was what we found out in that while we were discussing the similar thing in the AMAM, I think it was, and I think one of the devotees actually mentioned that actually this is actually a commentary on that verse by some acharya or something, and it is in the commentary that this verse is there, not exactly the verse. Just like just now I showed you this verse, no? This Smaranam Kirtanam Keli. You see this thing, Sridhar 6.1.12. What is this? This is a very poor way of referencing. What is Sridhar 6.1? Sridhar is a book, is it? Sridhar is not a book. Like Srimad Bhagavatam 6.1.12, yeah, I can understand. That's a book. Sridhar is not a book, is a acharya. So Sridhar Swami's commentary on the Srimad Bhagavatam 6.1.12, that he's commented, this is the quotation. But the way this is done is a little bit carelessly, and therefore we have these issues where the fidelity is not there. The fidelity has to be there. The fidelity checks have to be there. The Shastric committee who are sitting there and passing some useless judgments here and there and making some useless rules that women can become gurus and all this, all conditioned souls voted by democratic votes can become gurus. Instead of doing this nonsense, they should do some research. In fact, there was one article that I think my brother Vraja Kishor Prabhu, he shared with me. In our shloka book, Prabhupada's shlokas book, there are some shlokas which are unknown source. So somebody found out, and then he made a compilation, wrote an article on Sampradaya Sun website, one article. So he shared with me, and I did not take any notes on that, but I should have taken. Maybe if somebody can reference that article, that will be nice. So this kind of research has to be done by the Shastric committee, so that everything, the fidelity is like everything properly done. Otherwise, what is this Sridhar 6.1.12? What is this? It's very poor referencing. Only because I understand what it is, I can understand. Otherwise, you won't know what is Sridhar book. So this is not proper. So sometimes these things are happening. So I am guessing, and I think it was a correct guess that time. I think if I'm not wrong. So this Vishnu Puran 1.20.19, I think this is the commentary, I think. In the commentary this was quoted, I think, by one of the acharyas. That's my understanding. Because the verse itself, 1.20.19, is very similar. In fact, that day I even showed, because I have that file on my computer. Vishnu Puran in Sanskrit script. So I have shown that also here. So I think if somebody can reference to that, that will be nice. So I wouldn't do it again because we will look at other things. So, but in the gist, that would be the reason why these things happen. But definitely, either way, okay, this is the article. Tracing the unknown. Okay. You see here? The link is shared here. We will put these links in our YouTube description as well. But this is a very good reference from which we can understand some of the things. And just like there are unknown, maybe there are some which are false or corrections of reference, like this Sridhar 6112. That definitely has to be corrected. So that kind of things have to be also done properly. I don't know if there is such an article or such kind of compilation. But it has to be incorporated into the books because they make so many changes. Instead of doing nonsense changes, they can do this kind of change, which is bringing the fidelity. So anyway, that's the issue. But whether or not the reference number is correct or not, the concept is never wrong. Sampradaya Vihina mantrasta nishpalamata. Okay, if you don't want to accept that, what about evam parampara praptam imam rajarsho viduhu? Krishna said, knowledge is handed down by this process. And when the knowledge is lost, the disciplic succession is broken, then the knowledge is lost. When the order is not followed, that means Sampradaya is not followed. What is that? Sakale neha mahata yogo nashtah parantapa saevadyam mayatedya yoga prokta puratanaha bhaktosame sakachete rahasyam hi etaduttamam. I am telling you that secret again. So again, he is establishing a parampara system again, Sampradaya. So if you don't want to accept that, there is Bhagavad Gita, you can accept parampara system. But it is definitely there. Otherwise, Prabhupada would not have quoted it. If Prabhupada quoted it and he made it up, even then it is pure. We can accept it. Because why? He is pure devotee. So we can always quote it. But yes, if it is claimed to be taken from the Padma Purana, then we have to show. And we did not make all that research. We accepted it on faith that in the purports these verses are quoted from those sources. So the Shastra committee should be, whoever is doing it must be, must do their work with due diligence. Otherwise it will be a little bit misleading. And when we are speaking, especially with scholars who know their stuff, who can quote from references and they know exactly where is what, we will look like fools and they say, we are not bona fide, we don't even know, we are just making up slokas. So that will bring disrepute to our movement, our whole Sampradaya. So, and Prabhupada and our Chaitanya Mahprabhu. So to avoid that, we have faith in these statements. Now, I do not need a reference. But it will be nice to have a reference because if I am quoting, I have to be, trustworthy. So for that reason, I have to have. Otherwise, if Prabhupada said, Sampradaya Vihinaya mantrasta nishpalamata, that is enough. That is enough for us. But yes, this has to be done. And I also showed that. The other issue I showed is Suvarnavarna Hemango Varangas Chandanangadi Sanyasa Krichama Shanto Nishtha Shanti Parayanaha. So this verse about Chaitanya Mahaprabhu from Brihad Vishnu Sahasranam. So you cannot find this verse there. But you can. Out of the Vishnu Sahasranam, the 79th verse, the first two lines of the 79th verse are the first two lines of this verse. And the last two lines of the 62nd verse are the last two lines of that verse, and they put together and then that became a verse. So sometimes acharyas quote that way also. So when they say it is from Vishnu Sahasranam, so it may not be exactly one shloka. It is a composite shloka, taken part and part from different places and put together. So acharyas do. And I'll give you another example of such a verse. This is there in the CC. I have shown this before. Namayekam yasya vachi smarana pathagatam shrotramulam gatam va shuddham va shuddha varnam vyavahita rahitam tarayatyeva satyam Tacchedeha dravina janata lobhapashanda madhye nikshiptam syanna phalajanakam shigramevatra vipra. If you see here, the first two lines are in the 21 syllables, the next two lines are in 17 syllables. If you noticed, I changed the tune. The first one was Namaikam yasya vachi smarana pathagatam shrotramulam gatam va. That is 21 syllables. Tacchedeha dravina janata lobha pashanda madhye nikshiptam syanna phalajanakam shigramevatra vipra. That is 17 syllables. So how can a verse have 21 syllables first two lines, 17 syllables next two lines? No, it must be a composite verse. So it is taken from where? Hari Bhakti Vilas. This verse is from Padma Puran, included in the Hari Bhakti Vilas. No, so Nana Shastra Vicharanaika Nipunao Sadharma Samsthapako. So when these Goswamis have studied all these Nana Shastra Vicharanaika Nipunao, expertly scrutinized all the Vedas and Vedic scriptures, and gleaned all the references from everywhere and compiled their own works, literatures in pursuance of the Vedic version, like Hari Bhakti Vilas, they have quoted like this. So that kind of quoting is there to highlight a point. So we are used to quoting like, okay, chapter this to verse this. But the acharyas do it even in this way, composite way. That I have understood them when I was researching that kind of thing. I think Ayyappa Prabhu asked one of the AMAM sessions where he said, how come this is not in the Vishnu? So I actually did research. So you all submitting questions, right? So he submitted this question in the morning. So AMM was in the evening. So I was just casually going through the questions. Any questions came or not? Okay, then I saw the question. I also don't know the answer. Okay, I want to know. Then I did some research and then found Vishnu Sahasranam. Then I was looking at all those things. Then I found the last two lines of the 62nd verse was the last two lines. Then I went further. 79th verse I found the first two lines. Oh wow! Then I found that their acharyas quote in this way, a composite shlokas. So then this was another verse I found. Then I understood. Okay, this is a composite shloka. So like that. Now Subala Prabhu is saying, how about Namaste Narsimha? It's a combination of two different songs. Yeah, we're singing it together. So Namaste Narsimha and the next verse, and then Tavakara Kamalavare from Jayadev Goswami. Together. Good example. Another example is Mahaprasade Govinde Nama Brahmane Vaishnave Swalpa Punyavatam Rajan Vishwasvanai Vajayate. That is from where? I think Padma Purana or something. They think that is about something about Mahaprasadam. Many devotees actually do not care to understand the meaning of the verse. They think it is about some some Mahaprasadam verse. Mahaprasade Govinde Nama Brahmani Vaishnave Swalpa Punyavatam Rajan Vishwasan Naiva Jayate. So in these four things, Mahaprasade means in Mahaprasadam, Govinde in Govinda, Nama Brahmani, the spiritual holy name of the Lord, Nama Brahmane, Vaishnave, in Vaishnavas. In all these four, those who don't have much piety, they don't have faith in these four things. Mahabharat, yes. Rajeshwari Maharaj is saying Mahabharat verse. Yes, that's correct. So Mahabharat verse, Mahaprasade Govinda. And then there is Sharira Vidya Jal Jarindri Tahikal. That is from Bhaktivinoda Thakur, put together. So there are such composite things, composite compilations. But in that kind of thing, it is actually the full verse is taken, and then the full verse is taken and they are put together. But here, the verse itself it's quoted as one verse, but actually different lines are from different verses and they are put together. That is even different. Taking one verse here, and then putting together like we all do. I mean, that's how Prabhu taught us. Sundar Gopal and Prabhupada also. He quotes relevant verses in that topic, one after another. That is alright. But to take one part of one verse and one part of another verse and putting it as one verse, that kind of things we haven't seen until these things came out. These issues came out. Alright, so that's the answer for that. Next question. Adit Vijay. when Gaudiya Vaishnava acharyas are part and branch of Madhvacharya, why don't Madhvacharya followers ever accept that? They never show in their Guru Parampara charts anything about Lord Chaitanya or Gaudiya. So, the philosophy is quite different. Not philosophy is different in the sense that we worship Radha Krishna. That was started by Madhavendra Puri. Until then, there was no Radha Krishna worship in Madhva Sampradaya. And they are more into philosophy. Of course, he was vehemently against impersonalism, Madhvacharya. And there are many rituals in their thing. And nowadays, they're going into even demigod rituals, I heard. But of course, the strict followers won't do that. Apart from that, yes, even Chaitanya Mahprabhu himself had a debate with the Madhvas, Tattvavadis. And when they said that Varnashram is very important, so actually Chaitanya Mahprabhu, with extreme logic, he defeated them also. So that conversation is there, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's discussion with the Tattvavadis. They are actually Madhvacharya's followers. So although it is the same Sampradaya. And he was, of course, debating with Venkat Bhatt and saying that Lakshminarayan worship is inferior to Radha Krishna worship. Although Vaishnavas again, but the rasa. And if they don't show our thing in their chart, it's because Sampradaya is not linear. A disciplic succession, Sampradaya is a tree. So, when we show 32 names in our Sampradaya, that list of 32 names in the introduction of Bhagavad Gita, that is the nodes of the different branch. Like if I am sitting on a big tree, in one branch of a big tree, now to trace the path from the root to my branch there, okay, he's going from the trunk and okay, there are 5 branches coming out and then this branch, and then from this branch there are 15 sub branches and then that one particular and that like that. So that is the path to me from the root. So, but there are many other paths, right? So disciplic succession is like a tree and branches out, because one guru can have many disciples, and then those disciples, if they become spiritual masters, they will have again multitude of disciples, and then that way. And in Chaitanya Charitamrita, the chapter that we are seeing now is actually the Chaitanya tree, Gaudiya Vaishnava tree. Gaudiya tree. So Madhvacharya followers, they may not show this part of the tree, the Gaudiya Vaishnava, the Gaudiya Sampradaya. They are showing their lineage maybe. So it may not look, after Madhvacharya it may look something else for them. But we have a different, this thing, branch, different nodes in the branch. Nodes means the point where it diverges into multiple branches. That is a node. So one acharya, every acharya is a node in the tree, because he will have many disciples, and if they become spiritual masters, then they will have. So every acharya is a node, So that's how it is done. So that might be the thing, but ultimately, if they don't accept or accept, that doesn't matter. Why? They are the only followers. A true Vaishnava will accept our Sampradaya, but one who is not true Vaishnava, he may, like we accept Madhvas, we accept them as Vaishnavas. But of course, if they do demigod worship, we will condemn that. But otherwise, we accept all the 4 Sampradayas, acharyas and the disciplic successions. But if somebody is deviating, then that's a problem. So if they don't accept us, that doesn't nullify us, because Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, Jiva Goswami, Raghunath Das Goswami, nobody can refute what they have said is wrong. No, nobody can refute. Nobody can refute Jiva Goswami, that's for sure. Alright, so we don't have to be very much concerned whether they are accepting or not. Phalena parichyate. Who is doing work? Who is spreading the Krishna consciousness everywhere? Our Sampradaya, Prabhupada. And whatever dynamism we have is because of Prabhupada. And that's why this movement is growing. And if we change things, then of course it will also subside. So, phalena parichyate. Who is bona fide, who is not bona fide? One can test by how many Vaishnavas he is making. Where is the movement? Madhvacharya's movement, where it is now? They are doing some rituals and they are working in the factories and coming back, and that's all. They are working in the office and coming back. Born Brahmins kind of thing, some rituals here and there. I don't deny there are some, strictly following pure devotees. Might be. I'm not denying them. But the vast majority, if they are pure devotees, they will recognize that Prabhupada is also pure devotee and therefore this is a bona fide sampradaya. They will. Like Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, recognize all of them. But if they don't recognize us, that's their problem. Alright, so next. Devang Kolte. Okay. How do incarnation happens? Like so many demigods participated in pastime of Chaitanya Mahprabhu. So do they are present in both places, like on this planet as well as in heaven? And if so, then how? Interesting question. So, if you see the Gaurarati song of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Arati Korena Brahma Adi Devagane, Shiva Shuka Narada, what is that? Preme Gada Gada. So Narad Muni is there, Shiva is there, Brahma is there, Adi Devagana is there. But then Haridas Thakur is also there, Srivas is also there. What is that? Nikate Sri Advaita. Sri Advaita is what? Sadashiv. And then Srivas, what is it? Srinivas. So he was also there. All are there. How can Srivas being there and Narada also there? Of course, in Chaitanya Leela this was not mentioned. Bhaktivinoda Thakur mentioned though, Gaurarati. Maybe Chaitanya Bhagavat mentioned, I don't know. Chaitanya Charitamrita is not mentioned. That arati for Chaitanya Mahprabhu happened like this and all that. But Bhaktivinoda Thakur mentioned in this song that I am seeing like this. That is his vision. So how can there be Narad Muni and Srivas and Advaita and Shiva and everybody like that? That means that it looks like it, they are here and then they are also there in their original demigod form. And in some places they are not there in the demigods. So sometimes their expansion, maybe another person, this is again I am saying maybe, so don't take my word for it. Another person who is imbued with the mood of Brahma, who is empowered with that mood. So I do not know how this works, but it looks like some personalities are, like I think what is that called? Actually, okay, I will not divulge there. I'm just seeing Subala Prabhu's comment there. He says Baladev Vidyabhushan wrote the Govinda Bhashya when our authenticity was challenged. Yeah, so I think in the context of the shlokas, I think correct references or something. I think in that context, is it? I'm guessing. So anyway, coming back to this. So sometimes too, like Ramananda Rai also is, I think who? Lalita and Arjuna combined. Lalita Sakya and Arjuna, something like this. So there are those kinds of mentions. So how two personalities are, amalgamated into one personality, We can't fully understand. And that just shows that we have a very, very limited understanding, and we try to fit everything within our experience. If it can be possible within our experience, then only it's possible. But Krishna can do many things that we can't even imagine. Ramayana is 25,000 verses on the earth. In the planet of Lord Brahma, it is 1 billion with a B, 1 billion verses. So how much more there are, how much more information there is that we are probably not even capable of understanding. So Krishna does so many things. He is explaining. So why? Okay, you may ask, okay, if this is not explainable, but other things are understandable, like Bhagavad Gita, some statements, okay, are understandable, like we can rationalize about them. The reason is that Krishna has only explained what is understandable to us. He did not explain what is not understandable to us. That's why whatever he explained is rationally understandable. Okay, I can kind of get it. Okay, this sounds logical at least. But if he starts explaining things which are way beyond our understanding, then we will say, oh, how come? Just like this arati, why you like that? You don't know. Just do. And other things like this 2-3 personalities in one. How is that possible? Well, what is not possible for the Lord? For us it's not possible, yes. Definitely not possible. But if for the Lord is also not possible, then what kind of Lord is he that something is not possible for him? That means it must be possible. So we don't understand the full mechanics of how this works. That is, those details, acharyas who are pure devotees, they may know, Krishna may know. Krishna will know, of course. So I don't have a definite answer how that is possible, but this is what I can say. Soham is asking, can I ask you a question? You can. You can put the question there and I will get to your question once I am done with other questions. So alright, so I think that answers that question, right? Yeah. That's all I can say at this point. Unless there is some kind of reference from somewhere. Yeah, so Subala Prabhu actually asked this expansion of Brahma, Prahlad, Mahatma. I don't know who's Mahatma, son of Richika. Who's Richika? I don't know. Okay, so next, Satyam Chaudhary. I think this kind of question I already answered this, so I will not. I'll just show the question since the question was asked. Prabhu, what is the cure when mind is always entangled in lusty thoughts? Because I am trying my best to always keep myself engaged, but at night or in the morning such thoughts come very intensely and I fall prey to them. It seems something pushes me very forcefully. I don't know how to cure this, Prabhu. In past I tried many times, but I have lived away from this habit for about a month or 15 days, but I fall down again. Is there any hope, Prabhu? I am addicted to this habit for about 9 years. I'm sorry for asking this on a public platform. I thought if somebody else would also have such problems, then he might be benefited from your answer. I think this was answered. So I would not want to go into that topic again. So next. This is an interesting question. It's a very small question, but so Jana Mataji from Russia is asking, when will you resume BVA program? Thank you. When will resume BVA program? So I'm actually thinking about it. I need to actually provide the scores for the last text. I haven't even done that, so I need to do that. I have a little bit of a time, maybe, I don't know how much time, 2-3 months maybe, I don't know. So in that I may want to resume, but if things get busier again for the temple building project, there is some delay now, that's why I have a little bit time, that's why I'm coming back with these sessions of AM and all that. But when it becomes extremely busy, then again some things have to be rolled back. So now that I have time, I'm just doing it. And first I'll need to release the scores for them, for the previous test, and I will schedule something. I will let you all know. Okay, Subal Prabhu is saying, I think that was Srinivas Acharya. No, because Srinivas Acharya came after Jiva Goswami. He was Jiva Goswami's disciple. He was not a contemporary of Chaitanya Mahprabhu. So that happened later. So Srivas and Srinivas, sometimes Srivas was called Srinivas because there is no difference between the meaning of Srivas and Srinivas. So sometimes it is, that's why it is, they are referred to as the same. But that song, all the contemporaries of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu were there. Srinivas Acharya was Jiva Goswami's Siksha disciple. Jiva Goswami never had a Diksha disciple. He was Siksha disciple. Srinivas Acharya, Narottam Das Thakur and Shamananda Pandit, they were very close with each other. They were all under the tutelage of Jiva Goswami. So, next question. So Anandini Mataji is asking, 1 second. Okay. What are the waking up and sleeping mantras for deities? I think you should learn from the pujaris there. This is for the second initiated devotees, so I won't be telling all that in the in the live stream like that. But you can learn from the pujaris there. There is the Archana Paddhati. There is a book called Archana Paddhati, the manual for deity worship during Prabhupada's time. It was done by Srila Prabhupada. Under the supervision of Prabhupada, it was done. So there the mantras are there. You can learn from that. So the next question, for chanting gayathri, any particular direction we should follow? In Amalapuram temple, one pujari from Gaudiya Math is there. He said that we should keep always a sitting cloth and Ganga water for doing Gayatri. And he showed how our hand and fingers should be when chanting Gayatri. And he said morning 6 o'clock sit towards east, 12 noon sit towards north, evening 6 sit towards west. Is it right? Now these details may be there. And Smartas, they follow some of these rules very strictly. Smartas especially follow these rules very strictly. Basically face the sun, I think that's the whole point of it. But Srila Prabhupada did not enforce these rules. He said just chant the Gayatri mantra. So we will follow that much. We will not enforce something which Prabhupada did not enforce. If you want to sit towards east, nobody is stopping you. But we can't enforce that because Prabhupada did not enforce. At least as far as I know, Srila Prabhupada did not say that we must. Otherwise we would have received that instruction while we are getting initiated as Brahman initiation. So it's not a major rule. It might be a minor rule, which I'm not aware of, but it's not a major rule. So, but I do not know. I do not know. I have not heard. But if he is saying, maybe it is there, maybe he is quoting from somewhere, but we will follow what Srila Prabhupada taught us. Well, in the Gaudiya Math, they fast for every acharya also. One may do it if one wants, but every other day we will be fasting. But how many devotees would be able to sustain that kind of fasting every single day, every other day? Of course, but if one can do, one can do. 16 rounds is minimum, but that's not that 16 rounds is finished, okay, I should not chant anymore today. So, no, you can always chant, but minimum is 16. So these are optional, you can follow, but don't enforce these things. Sometimes we may get some pride by following something in a way that nobody else is following, and then we may be affected by pride. Sometimes that can also happen. I mean, I'm talking from personal experience. I have faced such situations as well. So then I understand, okay, this is not good because unnecessarily increasing pride. Why should I feed the venom? So sometimes tapasya, okay, this is not a big tapasya to face the sun, but some things when we do, like one devotee was, like boasting that I am now chanting 108 rounds. Now I'm chanting 64 rounds, now I'm chanting 108 rounds, now I'm, not eating, something like that, once a day only or something. Then eventually he fell down. So sometimes, it increases pride and then we will lose track. So the whole point is we have to do it without compromising our humility, without compromising our focus. If we get distracted by these things and because of, he's not sitting east, I think he's wrong, to fault finding tendency, this is more correct, this is this rule they are not following, they should also follow. So if I get these kind of thoughts, then that actually is detrimental. So that's detrimental. So that's why we have to, basically our mind must be controlled. So yeah. Alright, so what's the next question? Subala Prabhu is saying niyamagraha, too much following rules and regulations. Yeah. Until the point that we forget why we are following. Instead of advancing, we are depreciating, means what? So of course, chanting more than 16 rounds is not niyamagraha or something like, but they're kind of thing like east, north and west and all that. Let's do what Prabhupada gave us and first advance. There are many other aspects which Prabhupada mentioned which we are not following properly, which we are failing to do, where we are committing offenses. Let's rectify those things. And once we get to the platform where these things can be done nicely, then if we can add some more, then we can add some more. But doing something very one-sided and then other thing we are lacking. So let us work on our real thing, our real sadhana. An all-round improvement in our sadhana and working to introspect and correct ourselves. That is more important than this thing. Virendra Prabhu is asking, he asked one question in today's morning. Kindly confirm whether it has been answered in this session already in the first half hour of the session. I did not see your question yet. So, Vraja Kishor Prabhu also shared one important thing here. I'll just show that. 11:11, 34 to 41. A devotee should never advertise his devotional activities, therefore his service will not be a cause of false pride. This is important. So that is what is that? Krishna Aparikirtanam. What is that? The word is there. Actually, it's I think in the 40th verse of that whole series of 34 to 41. Aparikirtanam something. Kritasya aparikirtanam. Kritasya aparikirtanam. Kritasya aparikirtanam. One should not advertise one's devotional activities. And if somebody does not recognize my devotional activities, I should not be worried about it. Oh, nobody recognized. Why I should be recognized? Because I wanted to be recognized, Krishna arranged that nobody will recognize so that I will feel pain and at least I will start to reflect. That's how I should take it. Because I wanted recognition, Krishna ensured that Krishna is saving me from that unnecessary pride and intoxication, that he arranged that everybody will forget about what I have done. I should take it like that. That's how I should take it. So let this thing go. Next question. Voice of Lavanya. So I think this is a channel where our Nimanita Prabhu did So, Voice of Lavanya, this channel is asking, what is basic practice to begin for sadhana? So, sadhana is an act of abhidheya. So, we have to understand that there is sambandha, abhidheya and prayojana. Sambandha refers to understanding our position, understanding the position of the Lord, understanding the relationship between the Lord and us, and also understand the relationship between the Lord and all his energies, like material energy and us and spiritual energy, everything. So to understand things as they are in relation with the Lord, that is sambandha jnana. To establish the sambandha and especially our relation with the Lord. Once we have understood the sambandha, at least to a little extent first, then we have to engage in abhidheya. Once we are convinced that actually I am an eternal servant of Krishna. What is our relation with Krishna? Eternal servant. And he is our eternal master. So once that is confirmed, okay, now abhidheya. What I should do to revive. He is acting in his capacity as a father, as a master. He is maintaining me, but I am not acting as a servant. So I am not fulfilling the terms of the relationship. So how can I rectify? That is abhidheya. So, the process by which one attains to one's original position, that's sambandha. And then when one has actually attained such a stage, that is called prayojana. When one is in love of Godhead, when he has attained it. So first there is absence of, this... one second, when I speak sometimes my lips get chapped. So I have to put some lipstick. So, prayojana is when one attains love of Godhead. So that's when one has revived his original position as a servant in his unique relationship with Krishna. So sadhana refers to the process where at least sadhana starts where we have understood at least that I am an eternal servant of Krishna. Because many people have different sadhanas. In different societies, yoga societies or some guru, baba, they will all give different sadhana, different practice. But before you start doing something, you have to know actually what we need to do. Direction first is important. Just movement is not important. We first have to know which direction to move and then move towards the right direction. But if we just start moving, what if we are moving in the wrong direction? Then I have to again come back this way. So, sadhana only starts when sambandha is established. So what is that sambandha? We are eternal Jiver Swarup Hoy Krishner Nityadas. That's it. Oh, Shiva and Krishna one. No. Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Shiva is his servant. Ekale Ishwar Krishna Arsabhritya. That's it. Only one master is there, that is Krishna. Everybody else is servant. That's all. Including all the host of the entire demigods and the entire everybody else. Okay? He is the only master. And then we are his eternal servant. That's it. And if I am not convinced of this, I better read. And then, so the best basic practice to begin for sadhana is Shravanam and Kirtanam. Chanting Krishna's name, that is Kirtanam, and Shravanam, to hear about Krishna. And hearing also must be from the bona fide source, who is coming in the parampara system. Otherwise, we will have fake news, fake information. If we are hearing about Krishna, and if it is not from, proper source, proper acharya, who's coming in a proper sampradaya. If just some professional speaker or whatever, some speculator or some politician or something like that, who's speaking on Bhagavad Gita, or some Baba who's not in any parampara, we can't go. So hearing must be from a bona fide source. Then only there will be benefit. Otherwise, we are not reading Bhagavad Gita, we are reading something else. So Shravanam. So now we don't have to search who is bona fide, who is not. Srila Prabhupada is bona fide, read his book, that's it. You will find all the answers here very nicely. All questions will be answered in Prabhupada's books. So read that as a daily function. And then chant. Chant Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Take beads. Take a commitment. Some people say, oh no, I don't want any beads, I don't want to count, I don't, just like the Krita Sapari Kirtanam. I have to not advertise my devotional activities. Oh, today I chanted this many rounds. So to show off, I am keeping a mala and then showing how many times I have chanted. That is not the purpose of mala. It is not Kritas Aparikirtanam. Kritas Kirtanam. Aparikirtanam means not advertising. So it is not to advertise our devotional activities. It is to honor a commitment in our relationship to Krishna. Just like marriage is a commitment. Right? So similarly, if we are establishing our sambandha, our marriage with Krishna, that means to re-establish our relationship, then relationship means commitment. Even an ordinary contract, that is also a relationship. Like a vendor and a customer. Like I am purchasing something from somebody. Now there is a terms and conditions. I have to honor that. Every time you download one software, you have to tick, I accept the terms and conditions. You have not even read. Ticked first. I want to install the software, that's all. So, we are accepting the terms and conditions. So, in any relationship, if we want to be delivered from this material world, that is a contract. We are signing a contract with spiritual master, that spiritual master is agreeing to deliver us from this material world and reinstate us at the lotus feet of Krishna. So we have certain obligations in that contract. So I have to chant a minimum of 16 rounds, according to Prabhupada. 16 rounds every day. And that's my commitment to Krishna. Krishna, I will chant minimum these rounds. And how do I know if I don't count? So I must count. And there is a nice verse in the Padyavali. It's not by Rupa Goswami. Padyavali is a compendium of verses collected by Rupa Goswami from different devotees. So one of those verses says that just like a materialist counts his money and very careful about counting his money, so I also want to count the holy names. How much times. How many times? Not to advertise something, but just to collect, to hear. There is such a verse, in the Padmavali. I don't know if I can find it. Count money names. Let's see if I can find out. Padmavali. 30th verse. Found it. Very good. By Bhavananda. Sri Bhavananda. Vicheyani vicharyani vichintyani punah punah kripanasya dhananiva tvannamani bhavantunah. O Lord, just as a miser continually collects, counts and remembers his money, in the same way let us continually collect, count and remember your holy names. See, how nice. So we have to be like that. Collecting, counting and remembering your holy names. Similarly, shlokas also. Collect now nice slokas from authorized sources, please. Don't collect some bogus slokas. Collect, count, and remember those slokas. So these kind of spiritual counting. In fact, what to speak of this? Sankhya purvaka nama gana natibhi. Yes, Subala Prabhu is saying. Nama gana. So the chanting has to be counted. Sankhya purvaka. And not only did the Goswamis count their chants, natibhihi. Natibhihi means their obeisances also they counted. So Raghunath Das Goswami, he had commitment of 1008 obeisances to devotees every day. So these are all commitments. So it is to show our love for Krishna. So I have some commitment I have to make. So Raghunath Das Goswami had a commitment. Apart from chanting 64 rounds every day, he used to bow down to 1008 devotees every day. He would find devotees and bow down to them. Natibhi. Natibhi means obeisances. So this sankhya must be there. So chanting on the beads, and if you can associate with devotees, association with devotees has everything. You will have all the things. Like you see, associate with proper devotees again. There are also improper devotees. So that साधु संग नाम कीर्तन भागवत श्रवण Mathuravaas Srimurtir Shraddhaya Sevan. These are the 5. One should associate with devotees, chant the holy name of the Lord, hear Srimad Bhagavatam, reside at Mathura and worship the deity with faith and veneration. Now all these can happen if we are in the association of devotees. We can associate with devotees first thing, chant the holy name of the Lord, and even if sometimes we don't feel like chanting, because of the association of devotees, we are forced to chant. Sometimes we feel like sleeping, no, devotees are all chanting, how can I sleep? Chant Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hearing Srimad Bhagavatam, classes will be there, everybody will be reading, I also will be wanting to read. And they will discuss something, hey, I have read this one, something very nice, very exciting. So they will also, oh wow, that's nice, I also want to read. They are also inspired. Then, like that, this Sundagopal Prabhu always shares. Whenever he reads, he finds something and he will share. He will share, like that. Since very long, since the beginning when I knew him, since then he was doing this. That time social media was not there, but he will just call me. If I am there near the office or something, near his room or something, he will just call me. Come, I found something, this verse. Come, sit down. Then he will show me the verse. Wow, very nice. And then Prabhupada said this, some. So he will just share. So, in the association of devotees, we would not have otherwise, like you see in the classes, we show verses from many, many places. If we have to read on our own all these things, when we will reach Chaitanya Charitamrita, people have not completed Bhagavad Gita nowadays. Many devotees. I have not finished Bhagavad Gita yet. So when they are going to come to Chaitanya Charitamrita, somewhere Antilila, or Brihad Bhagavatamrita, or where, how? Or Padyavali, when? So in the association of devotees, these access will be there. To the devotees, we will have instant access to something which we would not have accessed. Sometimes people think, Prabhupada books is enough, what devotees all speaking, is all nothing. But if the devotees can repeat Prabhupada's books, verses and everything, then they can quote from all these different sources. That is a huge, how much benefit, how much blessing is that, right? How can we deny that? Yes, Prabhupada's books are there, but if some devotee is, consolidating everything and putting it, showing the whole thing, then, it makes sense. So that is very good, right? That's why we have to, Prabhupada was the one who set up the system. The devotees must discuss Srimad Bhagavatam and all this every day. Actually, this is our life and soul. If you say what is the basic practice of sadhana, Shravanam and Kirtanam is the basic. Has to be there. That's why I started these sessions again. As soon as I have time, I started again. Because this is what actually will make us all strong. Shravan Kirtan. Otherwise, what is the use of association? Simply eating and going on. No use. And residing at Mathura or temple. Temple is also an embassy of Mathura, a holy place where Krishna is worshipped. And deity is worshipped in the temple. So in the association of devotees, we will have all these advantages. So for a start, take Prabhupada's books, start reading. And invest in a mala and start chanting. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. And attend these classes, associate with devotees, take guidance and improve more and more. Of course, there are many, many details to sadhana, but these are the first things you can start. Hearing and sthane sthita shrutigatam. Start first. Start hearing. And once you're convinced, once the levels of conviction increase, then you will automatically want to follow even more by yourself. And if something is not clear, you can always ask the devotees. And sometimes as you go on reading Prabhupada's books, those questions will be answered also as you go on. Many, many times I have experiences. And any devotees who have read Prabhupada books, they will have experiences. Recently also, I experienced this. I was committing some mistake in my mind. But then Prabhupada's purport read, 3 times he mentioned. Okay, that's a clear, very, very clear message. Just the next day, evening I committed the mistake, next day morning, not even 12 hours apart. The first thing I read, that purport itself had that exact thing that I needed to hear. This was not even a week back. I think this was 3-4 days ago. So, that's how Prabhupada guides us. This is my personal experience. Every time it happened. Every time. So, anybody who reads, they will have this experience. So, next. So, I think that would answer that question. We have, you may say, hey, if Prabhupada's books answer the question, why are you sitting and doing AM now? You can shut up now, sit down. So the only reason why we're doing AM is to instill the faith in devotees that all answers are there in Prabhupada's books and one must read them. That's the whole purpose of this AM. That every answer is there in Prabhupada's books. You see how everything is being taken from the books. So then, I also want to read the book. This is our advertisement for Prabhupada's books. That's all. These AM sessions are advertisement sessions for Prabhupada's books. That's it. That's why we are, why our session is ask me anything. Anything you ask, Prabhupada's books have the answer. If I cannot bring out the answer, the problem is with me maybe. But not Prabhupada's books. Whose question was this? Lin Xuan, okay. So the question is, if Shiva is a demigod, why did Ram build a linga at Rameshwaram and pray before fighting with Ravana? Though Ravana is Shiva devotee, permission is not needed for Ram. For Ram is the ultimate supreme personality, is it not? So Prabhupada also was asked this question that how come, So Prabhupada, he said that if Shiva promised Ravan of immortality, and if Ram is said, okay, I will, okay, he prays to Shiva, and then Shiva will just forego his promise and everything. So is Shiva so unreliable that he can't keep his promise? If this is the case, then so Shiva is a person who can't be trusted, is that what you're implying? So Prabhupada asked that person back. Huh? In fact, Prabhupada said, is Shiva such a rascal that he can't keep his own promise? What are you saying? So that is not the case. And there are many things to be answered in this question. So Shiva is not any unreliable person. And Ram did not need any permission from Shiva to kill Ravan. He does not need any permission. In fact, when Ram was killing Ravan, so Parvati asked Shiva, why are you not helping your worshipper, Ravan? He is calling for you to help. Shiva said, if Ram wants to kill, who can protect him? If Ram wants to protect him, who can kill him? He has to die. So, that is Ram's position. Nobody can challenge him. And there is no mention in Valmiki Ramayana that actually Ram worshipped Shiva here. And if at all, Rameshwaram, so you may ask why the name Rameshwaram? So Rameshwaram can be also mean that Ram, Ram who is the Lord of Shiva. That is also the meaning of Rameshwaram. It can be interpreted in that way. So, and even if Ram actually worshipped Shiva, that does not minimize him. Just like he became a driver for Arjuna, that does not minimize, that does not make suddenly Arjuna higher than Krishna. No. That is in his relationship as a devotee. He carried Nanda Maharaj's shoes when he was a boy on his head. He carried his devotee's shoes on his head. That does not mean Nanda Maharaj is now more than Krishna. Of course, Krishna accepts Nanda Maharaj as more than him. He accepts his devotees as more than him. Madhvakta puja bhyadhika, he said. Krishna, Madhvakta puja bhyadhika. My devotee is higher than me. I am eternally under the control of my devotee. So, in that way, out of affection. But in principle, Krishna is a supreme personality of Godhead. We don't worship Nanda Maharaj as supreme personality or Arjuna now as supreme, Yashoda as supreme. No. So that does not change anything. Krishna always worships his devotees. If Ram worships Shiva, if he at all did that, what is the harm there? He always says, I worship my devotees. Like you see here, what is that? The other day, Subala Prabhu was sharing that verse about the preacher in the 8th canto. Can you kindly share that again? In the meantime, I will take this verse out. 7:14:42. नन्वस्य ब्राह्मणा राजन् कृष्णस्य जगदात्मनः पुनन्तः पादरजसा त्रिलोकीं दैवतं महत्. My dear King Yudhishthira, the Brahmanas, especially those engaged in preaching the glories of the Lord throughout the entire world, are recognized and worshipped by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the heart and soul of creation, of all creation. The Brahmanas, by their preaching, sanctify the three worlds within the dust of their lotus feet, with the dust of their lotus feet, and thus they are worshipable even for Krishna. Worshipable for Krishna. And Krishna worships him. This is the verse Subala Prabhu said now, 8:7:44. So he quoted this beautiful verse the other day in the class. So, tapyante lokatapena sadhavah prayasho janah paramaradhanam tadhi purushasya khilatmanah. It is said that great personalities almost always accept voluntary suffering because of the suffering of people in general. This is considered the highest method of worshipping the Supreme Personality of Godhead who is present in everyone's heart. Because of this, he actually worships. So, this is why Krishna worships the preachers. So he worships his devotees. So there is no harm. But in Valmiki Ramayana, there is no mention of this, that Ram worships Shiva there. Now there are many versions of Ramayana. Maybe some of the other versions may be having, but some of them are not authorized. Valmiki Ramayana is authorized version of the Ramayana. But even if Ram did that, that doesn't change anything. The person for whom Ram is Ishwar, that is Shiva, can be called Rameshwar. So, there's different ways. It can be understood. But Shiva is never equal to, of course there are verses on that, Brahma Samhita. So there is some, Subala Prabhu shared something. See, Vrajeshwari Mataji is also saying that in Ramayana there is no mention of Ram worshipping Shiva. Then next, Subala Prabhu is sharing this verse, CC Madhya 17.82. Interesting verse. So this is the way we discuss. Now, I am not sitting here answering everything. So you all are giving inputs, you see. You all are answering. So this is how we learn together. It's like a discussion, although I am the only one speaking. But, see. Is it this one? According to some, Lord Vishwanath is the great physician who cures the disease of material existence by delivering a person through the ear which receives the vibration of the holy name of Lord Ram. Because of this holy place is called Manikarnika. According to this passage from Kashi Khanda, one who gives up his body at Manikarnika is liberated simply by remembering Lord Shiva's name. Yes, just like a Vaishnava. If we remember Prabhupada and die, we will go back to Godhead. Once somebody asked a question to Prabhupada, what happens if a person dies thinking of the spiritual master? Will he go back to Godhead? Prabhupada said, the spiritual master is with Krishna. So if one thinks of the spiritual master, he will also go to Krishna. He will go to the spiritual master, but the spiritual master, where is he? He is with Krishna, so he will go to Krishna. So Lord Shiva is always with Krishna. So just by chanting his name, the word Shiva means auspiciousness. He is full of auspiciousness. Because he is devotee. A devotee is always auspicious. So, these are all there. Now, next question, I think also from that Mataji. I don't know how many more we have though. I think second question is not properly mentioned in that document. I think that Mataji I think please review this Lynn Mataji's second question is not properly. Her name is there. I think that's not the question. Okay, so I'll just answer the third question that she asked in the meantime. Regarding decisions in life, if we keep it in God conscious ways, does it not promote maximizing your talents and capability to serve society? For example, if one passed his law exams and is able to be a judge, should he relinquish his position and work as a full-time devotee? If everyone thinks this way, what would happen to society? If everybody becomes a devotee, society will be Vaikuntha. You will not need a judge because nobody will be a criminal. First of all. So, but of course, this is the material world. There will be people like that. And actually, a devotee is always a judge. Even though he may not be sitting in a judge there, but he is always a judge. He has to judge everything according to the statements of the law, Shastra. Why we are presenting this AM, all from the Shastra, or anything that we present from the Shastra. Because these are the law books. What you're saying, these are the law books. Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, and all such Vedic literatures and literatures in pursuance of the Vedic version of philosophy are all our law books. So we need to be able to quote from all these references to prove our point and to judge any situation or matter or any person. We have to judge people also. Otherwise, how would we know how to associate with that person? Second class devotee means he has to have friendly dealings with the devotees. And even among devotees, there are gradations of devotees and he has to discriminate. Okay, which class of devotee is he and how I have to associate with him. And what class of devotee I am. If I am thinking I am a first class devotee, I am actually, I immediately should understand I am a 4th, 5th class devotee. Not even devotee yet. So I should understand myself, I should understand others. And that is with devotees, having friendships. And how to cultivate friendships. What are the things I should do? That is also mentioned in the Nectar of Instruction. Then there is innocent people who can be preached to. Immediately preach to them. Introduce them to Krishna. Introduce Krishna to them. Then there are the envious, neglect them. So unless I know who is envious in this, how can I judge? How can I make a decision? Decision means, scission means cutting, scission. So, scissors also is cutting. So, decision also comes from that. Decision means you have to cut. And not everything is the same. You have to cut and this is not okay, this is okay, this is right, this is wrong. You have to know and do the right thing. So, you have to cut the whole thing and then come to the right thing. Cut away everything else. So, that is a decision. So, to do any activity, I have to make a decision. So, judge people, judge circumstances, judge the time, judge the situation. So what other acharyas did in this kind of situation, or what leela we have, or what instruction do we have from the Shastra. So you have to judge like this. So that's on a more philosophical level. But what to do if we have talents and capability to serve society? So do you mean that when a devotee gives up all of that and becomes a full-time devotee, he is relinquishing all those talents? No, he is not relinquishing all those talents. He is putting them to proper use, putting them to Krishna's use. If one cannot give up, if he is not able to immediately give up, then fine, he can stay wherever he is and Shrutikatam here until his conviction grows and becomes strong enough that he can give up whatever he is doing. But until then, there is no hard and fast rules he has to give up. He can stay wherever he is and start hearing first. Because Shraddha, unless Shraddha is there, I cannot give up. So Shraddha must be there. So if I don't have, I have to accept the fact that I don't have Shraddha. So I must, do whatever I am doing and then hear. And slowly increase my Shraddha. Shraddha ratir bhaktir anukramishati. If I regularly hear, regularly read, then my Shraddha will increase. And eventually I will have the strength to give up this. Krishna's mercy has to be there to give up that. No, not that I decide to give up, I give up. And if everybody gives up and becomes a devotee, then you don't need a judge. You don't need that many hospitals. People will be very healthy if they are just Krishna conscious. They will be very healthy. They will be very active. If we have our original lifestyle instead of all these so-called material conveniences that make us not move, not exercise. Previously, in the course of daily life, exercise used to be always happening. If I have to maintain a field, I have to do a lot of work on the field to raise the crop. So much exercise. I have to do my own cloth. That is exercise. I have to milk the cows, take them for pasturing grounds, and that is exercise. And I have to travel and preach, walking, that is exercise. There is exercise in the course of executing Krishna consciousness. Kirtan is an exercise in itself, dancing and chanting. You don't have to think about anything. You just dance wholeheartedly and sing the name of Krishna, and exercise is automatically happening. Soham Chakravarti is saying, please answer my question also. Yes, we will come. So exercise is automatically happening. So everything, so many so-called material problems that these professions solve are there in the first place. The problems are there in the first place because of a lack of Krishna consciousness. To start with, everybody is a thief. Everybody is a thief. So if everybody, because we are taking property from the Lord and using it as if it's our own, so that is a thief. And no credit, no gratitude, thief. So in that way we understand as a judge of circumstances and from philosophy that everybody is a thief. So like that, we have to understand that if everybody gives up everything, then it becomes Vaikuntha. No more other profession. Everybody just chant. Every natural supply will be there. Everything will come. Krishna takes care. Whatever is lacking in this world is only because of a lack of our Krishna consciousness. So Krishna restricts the supply through the agency of the material nature. His agency. She will restrict the supply. Oh, you are not Krishna conscious. You are not doing Sankirtan Yajna. Okay, no more supply. This thing short. Or I will introduce some virus. Whole world stop. She can do many tricks under her sleeve. She has too many tricks. Don't worry about what happens to society. What is happening in society now? Everybody, so many lawyers are there, engineers are there, doctors are there, and scientists are there. What is happening to the world now? It is becoming a better place? No, it is becoming worse. Making a hell out of this world. This world is actually not one of the hellish planets, but we are now making it one of the hellish planets. That is what is happening with this so-called. Ask the question the other side. What will happen if everybody becomes like that and nobody a devotee? What will happen? Who will save? Who will save those doctors and philosophers by the time of death? Krishna. And who is going to remind them of Krishna? The devotees. This is the most important occupation. You must think the other way. What will happen if there are no devotees? Not that what will happen if there is no high court judge or engineer. What will happen if there are no devotees? There is a nice song. Yadi gaur na hoito, tabe ki hoito. If Chaitanya Mahprabhu did not come, what would have happened to this world? Similarly, if the devotees are not there, what will happen to this world? It will become hell, complete hell. At least there is some respite now. Association of devotees. So this is the most important occupation. Not that, all my talents and give up, now I become a useless fellow, become a devotee, full-time devotee. No. He is the most useful person. So, our understanding has to change. Which is actually more important? Which is the higher occupation? And here we don't get a salary. There is no salary. Which high court judge will sit there without salary? Nobody. So somebody who has done so much sacrifice, just like a soldier who has done so much sacrifice. Everybody, glorifies a soldier. Then, why? Because he has sacrificed his family and gone to the border and saving the country from protecting the country. Protecting the soul, one who has sacrificed not only family, not only country, not only everything else for the sake of the Lord and for the sake of the entire humanity. Why he is not respected? Only soldier is respected. Our real enemy is not the other neighboring country. Our real enemy is Maya. And the devotees are the soldiers who are protecting everybody from the Maya. Why that should be looked down upon? Huh? You see here, Srimad Bhagavatam 11:26, 34. अन्नम हि प्राणिनां प्राण आर्तानां शरणं त्वहं धर्मो वित्तं नृणां प्रेत्य संतोर्वाग्बिभ्यतोरणम्. Just as food is the life of all creatures, just as I am the ultimate shelter for the distressed, Krishna is saying, and just as religion is the wealth of those who are passing away from this world, so my devotees are the only refuge of persons fearful of falling into a miserable condition of life. Only refuge. And you see, next. Santo dishanti chakshumsi bahirarkah samuthitah devata bandhavah santah santa atmahamevacha. My devotees bestow divine eyes, whereas the sun allows only external sight. And that only when it is risen in the sky. Devotees preach day and night. Now it is sun has set. We are having class. My devotees are one's real worshipable deities and real family. They are one's own self and ultimately they are non-different from me. So they are the ones who are really saving this world, not all these professions. They are actually ruining this world. Subala Prabhu is saying in the end it is only devotees who can help by doing kirtan in the funeral. Somebody's funeral is there, you will call doctor or you will call judge, you will call what? Who you will call? Devotee you will call. So in every way, this is the most important occupation. There are not enough devotees, there will be more devotees. Prabhupada said if even 1% of the population is devotees, the entire world will be purified. 1%. One means 1 in every 100. That means 7 billion people means we have 70 million devotees we need. If 7 billion population, 70 million devotees there needs to be, then the whole world. How many devotees are there? We need 70 million. Taking into account that 1% of the population become devotees. 70 million devotees need to be made. Where are the a handful of devotees only? Little bit here and there. And different caliber. We need 70 million solid. Alright, so next. The second question is still not. So okay, we'll go to the next one. Finally, Virendra Prabhu's question is here. Virendra Prabhu, are you still on the live stream? Hare Krishna Prabhu, Dandavat Pranam, all goes Prabhupada. How to control senses while practicing Krishna consciousness even after reading Nectar of Instruction verse 1. Material world and Maya is very strong. How can we get mercy of Bhakti Devi in attaining Lord Krishna with our impure senses? Follow the whole program. We have spoken about goodness, passion and ignorance, lust and all these things. That pretty much answers all this. How to control senses? All that. Whatever I said in that, the entire long answer, I think 1 hour I gave on that, maybe even more. Pretty much that is what we have to do. Associate with devotees and Shravanam Kirtanam every day and doing service for Krishna under the guidance of devotees and not offend devotees. Careful not to offend them. And that's it. Next. Soham Chakravarti. Alright, so Prabhu, what happens when we read the Bhagavad Gita with a lot of strong feelings like lust, envy, hatred, and anger? Provided you hear from the proper source, everything will be controlled. You just read, and eventually, see, Maya has overtaken us, and we're full of. I mean, we are all in the material world only, right? We are all full of lust, anger, and all these things. But by reading Bhagavad Gita, slowly our mind has become sane, and we are coming out of this passion and ignorance. We're coming to goodness, becoming more peaceful. So so you just read Bhagavad Gita. Never mind with whatever you read first, and automatically all these things will automatically be solved, because you will understand that your lust, envy, hatred, and anger, and all this is because your sense gratification is either being encouraged or discouraged. If encouraged, I will feel more lusty. If discouraged, I will feel anger and hatred and greed and all this, envy. So, ichha dvesha samuthena. So, it is all based on our sense gratification. If it is encouraged, I will be happy. If it is discouraged, I will be unhappy, frustrated. So, if I understand that I am a soul and the senses are not me, the body is not me, and all that, and if I act on that platform, then I come out of this illusion, and then automatically these things will abate. Virendra Prabhu is asking, can you please answer once again, Prabhu? I was away from my phone. That's your problem. You go and watch it later on. You only want your question to be answered. You don't care about the other questions. We can learn so much from the other questions, right? Why are you not there? That's your problem. I'm sorry. I'm not going to repeat. Sami Saranpa. I think he's from the Finland or somewhere. The name is like almost Indian name, Sami in Tamil means Swami. Saranpa is look like, you're like Saranagati to Krishna, like that. In Ayappa followers, they say, Swami Saranam Ayappa. Your name is almost something like that. Sharanam. Shelter. Take shelter of the Swami, Krishna. So, Hare Krishna, accept my humble obeisances, all closed. Prabhupada. Raj Prabhu wanted me to forward this question. Raj Panchal, I guess. Can you ask regarding the source of Bhalvaveya Sruti today in AMA? What is Bhalvaveya? I don't even know. Sorry. I have no idea what you're talking about. Bhalvaveya Shruti today. Absolutely, I've never heard of it. Bhalvaveya Shruti. I don't know. Somebody has to enlighten me what is that. Anyway, why? Why is it so important? Vraja Kishor Prabhu is saying whether he is also Ayappa follower, Bhakta Ayappa, Sami from Finland or something. Sairam Shankar Srinivasan. Wow, this is so big. The thought that I am God or the best devotee of God automatically came to me. In fact, right from childhood, which increased like anything as soon as I start to follow Krishna consciousness in a Kanishta Adhikari way. I started to follow 10 years before, and since I am having this thought of I am God, I am found to be under mental depression and treated for the same. My intelligence clearly says with common sense that I could never be the God or a best devotee with a Kanishtadhikari mind, but my mind always comes to the same point after my intelligence help in vain that I am God or a best devotee of God. How to get escape from this madness and come to a thinking that I am an ordinary devotee and has to yet enter and develop in Krishna consciousness. Whatever I read about Krishna or devotees, my mind goes into that madness that I, God, or a greatest devotee of God. Because of this mind, I can't even start anything. I have desire for following Prabhupada's ways, but this initial hurdle itself I can't cross. Help me with the situation of madness to be crossed. What can I say? You already know that you are not God, you are not the best devotee of God. So, the acharyas have taught us that Trinadapi Sunichena, humbler than the grass. So, grass is better than me. Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami is saying, the worm in the stool is better than me. Offer obeisances to everyone. I am God. Okay? Let me offer obeisances to this devotee. Let me offer obeisances to, even the, donkey. If worm in the stool is better than me and I am lower, then I have to offer obeisances to the worm in the stool because he is superior. So, that is how, of course, we cannot imitate such humility. That's what we have to understand. At least, I am so big, Just convince. Mind will say whatever it wants. We have to rationalize it now. I am God. Okay, I am God. Okay, fine. Let's analyze how I am God. Sun is under my control. My bladder is not under my control. If the bladder gets full, I have to go to run to the toilet. What kind of nonsense God I am? Huh? What kind of nonsense is bladder I cannot control? Huh? If first of all I control my bladder, then at least let's start about talking about God. Bladder controlling God. I can't even control my bladder. Suddenly I am God. You have to chastise your own mind like that. That's it. Idiot. Just be... I have to tell my mind like that. I'm not calling you an idiot or what, but you may be suffering from something. But I must call myself my mind. That's why Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur said, That's why Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur said that we have to beat our mind. Beat with the broomstick, with the shoe. God, beat the mind with the shoe. Shoe beat, what is that? Shoe beating God. God who eats shoe beating from his own self. That kind of God. So, anyway, it looks like you already know you are not God and you are not bewildered like that. So, you just chant and, we have to become just humble. That's all. Okay, what more can I do? What more can I say? Instead, I have to understand that Prabhupada said, because this Tamal Krishna Goswami was, trying to be a big boss, in the whole movement and, trying to boss around with so many devotees at that time. So Prabhupada called him to the room and said, in the vast spiritual sky, Prabhupada said, in the vast spiritual sky, there is one small corner and there is a cloud. And that cloud is this material world. Small cloud in the vast, infinite sky of the spiritual world. And in that cloud of this material world comprises millions and trillions and innumerable universes. And out of many, many countless universes, this one is the smallest, universe. And in this universe there are millions and billions and trillions of planets. This is one such planet. In that one planet there are how many? 200 countries almost. And in that this is one country, USA, United States. And in that United States there are so many cities, hundreds or even thousands of towns and cities. This Los Angeles is just one. And in the Los Angeles city, there are millions of people. Don't count the animals and insects and all that. Just people, human beings, which is just one of the 8.4 million species. So, in that Los Angeles, and there are millions of people, I am just one. And I am thinking that I am God. Prabhupada said like this. So that's it. That's how we have to understand. We are anoraniyan, mahato mahiyan. We are what? 1/10,000th part of the tip of the hair. I don't even know what I was in my previous life. Krishna says, I know all my previous births. I don't even know. Where are the characteristics of what? One symptom of God you show me, then I'll believe I am God. I cannot show one symptom. What kind of nonsense God is this? And if I am the greatest devotee of God, then greatest devotee of God will think that he is the lowest devotee. But I am thinking I am the greatest devotee, that means I am the lowest devotee. That's how I have to chastise myself, you see. The moment I think I am the greatest devotee, that is the symptom of the lowest devotee. So that's it. Sarvottam apana ke hina korimane. Although pure devotee's standard is above all, he still considers himself to be in the lowest stage of life. But if one is who's in the lowest stage of life, Naradham, he will think he is the highest, Sarvottam. So, that's it. Subal Prabhu is sharing something here. Even accepting that there is no difference between the super soul and the individual soul is dependent on the super soul for being liberated from the illusion of materialism. I mean, in every sense we are dependent. I forget about liberation and all. I don't even understand liberation, right? So I understand basic things. Water I have to drink, otherwise I am thirsty. Where is the water coming from? Did I create? No. What kind of God am I? Only useless God. Bladder I cannot control. I am telling you so many times. God with an uncontrolled bladder. What kind of God is that? And he is controlling the entire universe, entire spiritual world, material world. When he is saying Mahadhyakshana Prakriti, so the thought may come. We have to smash that thought only. Idiot, what are you talking about? That's all. So I just think, okay, I have every symptom of a person who is nowhere close to God. So please Krishna, save me. Chaitanya Mahprabhu, please save me. Narasimhadev, please save me. Prabhupada, please save me. Vaishnavas, please save me. Chant Hare Krishna. Read Prabhupada. So you will come out of this. It's not a big thing. Radhika Sakhi Mataji is saying, Bhalvaveya Shruti. I couldn't find the source of Bhalvaveya Shruti, but apparently it is quoted in Govinda Bhashya. The names of this world are not different from him. All names in this world are names of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. All names refer to him, Lord Vishnu, whom the wise declare is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Yes, but there are primary names, secondary names, tertiary names, indirect names. So, and partial names. Like, yes, like if you say Brahma or Indra, is it referring to Krishna? Yes, because Indra is one of the part of Krishna. If say finger, is it referring to my body? Yes, it is one of part of my body, yes. So in that way, not that everything is same as God. No, that forget it. So anyway, that's some references says Bhalvaveya Shruti, but I have never heard of that. I don't know what it is actually. Zero idea. So, but thank you for that reference though. Okay, so next. So Lin Xuan's second question is still the same. Wow, we have amazing number of questions. Where is the next one? Okay, here. Adit Vijay. How do the demigods undergo self-realization process? Different demigods on different planets are also chanting Hari name, or do they build any temples in their loka or engage in deity worship services? Well, you go to heavenly planets, you can see maybe what they're doing. I do not know. But of course, I mean, there are processes there that are suitable to their condition. Definitely there will be temples there. But I do not know much, but they themselves are carrying out the orders of the Lord by managing the universe, and definitely there will be temples. I mean, these things are there. But how? Of course, there will be chanting Hari's name. In fact, as I said in the previous class, Narad Muni in his previous life was a Shudrani's son, and he became a Shudrani's son because before that life he was actually a Gandharva in the heavenly planets, and they are great singers, and he used to sing. But at one time he was singing songs about just nature, glorifying the nature and the beauty of nature. The other Gandharvas cursed him. Rascal, what you are chanting? Where is the name of Hari here? Where is the name of Krishna? What nonsense is this? Get out! You are fit to be a Shudra, get out! Then he was cursed to be a Shudra and his son on the earth, but somehow he got the association of great devotees and then became Narad Muni in the next life. So in the demigods planet, they are all singing about Krishna. That's why they are called Sura. Asura means Daiva Asura Evacha, Dvaubhuta Sargo Lokesman. Vishnu Bhakta Smrito Daiva Asura Stad Viparyaya. They are devotees. They are not pure devotees. They are Sakama devotees. That means Sakama means with materialistic desire still. So that kind of devotees they are. But devotees nonetheless. They will have their programs, and they will have like Devarshi. Devarshi means what? Saint among the demigods. So he will be, so pure devotees like that, they go around, preaching there also in the heavenly planets as well. Even Bhrigumuni had a great discussion in Janaloka, very, very old discussion. Who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead? So these discussions, these discourses, all these things happen there also. Of course they happen. Here they hardly happen. There they are full. The more we go higher up, the more these things are more prominent, because the mode of goodness becomes more prominent. So these things become more prominent, much more than what we do. That's why in Brahmaloka it is 1 billion verses of Ramayana. How much more they discuss, how much more they meditate on the pastimes of the Lord, how much more. Of course, there's the distraction, that too much enjoyment and they may forget. That is also there. But also, definitely there is provisions for further advancement from there. But I do not know personally. This is what I can understand. If on earth they're like this, then of course they must be, right? And if you see, Sun God himself is an acharya. He is a parampara, start of the parampara. Surya parampara. So that means he must be having disciples there, not only his son, so many disciples on that planet, and he's still there, and he's still preaching. So there is a whole program going on all over the universe, these things. Who is this? Next one, Satyam Shukla. Whenever I eat something, I feel like I'm falling more in ignorance. So maybe you're not eating Krishna Prasadam. Eat Krishna Prasadam. You'll come out of this ignorance. What is that? That's all. I mean, we have no other solution. You cannot eat food which is not prasadam. Just eat Krishna Prasadam, chant Hare Krishna 16 rounds, and follow the 4 principles, read Prabhupada's books, follow the morning program. You will be okay. Associate with devotees as much as possible, you see. Okay, next. Ranjan Vellakkat. How can we encourage young girls in chastity? So you are the one who asked, right, earlier that you are having some issues. We can't force them. We can educate them. So everybody gets influenced by somebody, right? Yad yad acharati shreshthas tatta devetaro jana. So in today's world, the pop singers, the cinema actors, these kind of people, they are considered role models of society, and they're idiots of the first character, prostitutes basically. So if, and of course some women who want to do, like, become a leader, something like that, some astronaut, some sports and all these are whimsical, so nothing based on self-realization. Then, so people get when they see these kind of figures prominently, then they will be influenced by that. But if, examples of Sita Devi, Anasuya, and who's that, Savitri, Radharani, even Rukmini, so Lakshmi, all these examples of chaste women, then if these stories are narrated from childhood, and then they will have proper understanding of chastity, and they can so they have to be, girls are encouraged in chastity by, first of all, not mixing around with boys. Girl is usually trained by her mother to how to be a chaste woman, like that. That's all. Of course, there are many verses about women protection and all that, but we don't have that much time. And basically, they have to become Krishna conscious and agree to follow the principles. That's it. And train other girls from young age. But if once you go to school, then all the things, contamination starts. All the contamination starts. So anyway, the best thing is to keep them out of the schools. Not only girls, even boys. So our Gurukul system is the perfect, but how to run that today? We must start. We must do as much as possible, but sometimes the rules are also a bit stringent. So we have to do something or the other, home tutoring. We have to find ways and means how to manage the situation and continue with the Krishna conscious education. That's more important than anything else. There are ways and means. If we really try, there are mere ways and means we have to try. Alright, so again, it's by Ranjan Vellakkat. So we have an unwritten law here, but that if there are more than 3 questions from the same person, we will go to the next person's questions, because other people's questions also matter. So if we have time, we'll come back to these questions, otherwise we may skip them. Okay, I think Ranjan Vellakkat has asked 2 more questions, 3 more questions. So I may not be able to answer everything. Does intense action change destiny, or does living in the wish fulfilled, feeling as if you have already achieved the goal, suffice? Changing of destiny will happen by the mercy of Krishna. Whatever we are supposed to enjoy, we will enjoy no matter what, and whatever we have to suffer, we will have to suffer no matter what. But Krishna says, if you surrender to me, then aham tvam sarva papebhyo mokshayishyami. Aham tvam sarva papebhyo mokshayishyami. Krishna says, I will, change your destiny if you surrender to me. So you surrender to Krishna. That's what really matters. Otherwise, Intense action or no intense action, thing can happen whatever. Whatever Krishna decide, whatever is according to our karma. Okay, so we'll go to the next question. Okay, so some questions I don't think I need to answer because, what is the name? Kallesh Bhajantri. See, this question, what is the aim of life and difference between illusion and consciousness? So I guess you have to pick up a Prabhupada's book and start reading. I don't think you've started reading anything yet. See, yes, this is an Ask Me Anything session, but the goal of these sessions are to deepen understanding of topics which we are at least reading or something. Your question is, what is the aim of life? That means you haven't even read one book of Prabhupada. So, aim of life is to serve Krishna eternally. That's the aim of life. So, because we are His eternal servant, we are not the body, we are the soul. So, we are the servant of Krishna. And to go back to Him and serve Him eternally, that is the goal of life. So, you have to read. These kind of questions I don't want to answer because you have to read this, You have to read Prabhupada's books. It is not for bypassing the reading of the Prabhupada's books and ask question all here. You read Prabhupada's books, everything will be there. Okay, no. This is to clarify any other doubts after you have read Prabhupada's books. Or to deepen understanding, or to have a clearer understanding of whatever you've already read. Understand? Xuan Mataji. So, how to remove anger and resentment? So, I think I've already stated this, the last, anger and all those things. How? By Krishna consciousness. That is the whole thing. Lust, anger, greed, envy, kama, krodha, lobha, moha, illusion and madness. Madhvacharya. So these are the things, Krishna consciousness, that's all. How to remove anger and resentment. Use it in Krishna's service. Be angry against the non-devotees who blaspheme the devotees of the Lord. So that's the whole only thing. Basically, we have to come to the mode of goodness. So I have explained that at length, I think. So that should answer this question as well. Again, if you read Prabhupada's books, you should be knowing all these things. Soham Chakrabarti. Prabhu, I don't have any ego in my mind, nor do I hold any arrogance in my heart, nor do I identify with any bodily identity of life. But my question may make you think otherwise, so if my question offends anyone, I apologize to that person in advance. So my question is okay, first thing, before we answer the question. I cannot say that I have no ego in my mind, arrogance in my heart, or identify with bodily identity. No, you can't say that. Only a pure devotee can say that. I wouldn't dare say those words. I wouldn't dare say those words that I have no ego in my mind or, I have no bodily identity. So, these are not cheap attainments, You can't even claim that. Maybe you are in that position, but a person who's in that position, he actually doesn't say like that. So anyway, the question is, out of all the nations and tribes that existed on the surface of the earth 500 years ago, why did Chaitanya Mahaprabhu decide to live in Mayapur and write most of his instructions in Bengali? First of all, he did not write. He only composed the Shikshashtaka, and that too in speaking, and it was written later on. Swarup Damodar Goswami took down notes. And why did he write in Bengali? Why did he not brace himself in some other part of the world where there was no spirituality like China or South Korea? His wish. Actually, I have mentioned this. It's like the sun rises in the east. So he rose in the Bay of Bengal, and the movement went to the west. There is that explanation, But I mean, he can take birth anywhere. And once Prabhupada was asked this question, why Chaitanya Mahaprabhu predicted that that his holy name would spread all over the world, but why didn't he do it himself? He's God. Prabhupada said he left that for me. He left that job to me. So Krishna wants to glorify his devotee. So now everybody will praise Prabhupada for his contribution. That's what Krishna wants to see. The more we praise Prabhupada, the more Krishna will be happy. And that's what he wants to see. And that's why he does not do things himself. Krishna said, I don't want to fight. On the pretext that, okay, both of you are my cousins, I don't want to fight. As if he's neutral. He was not neutral. What is that? Jayastu Pandu Putranam Yesham Paksha Janardhana. He was on the side of the Pandavas. He was not on the side of the Kauravas, but he did not fight. He said that, okay, because of, all of you are, cousins for me, I don't want to fight one against the other. Actually, his real reason is that he wants Arjuna to get all the credit. If Krishna fights, he can finish the fight in a second, in a jiffy. But he wants Arjuna to get the credit. Arjuna is the greatest warrior. He defeated Bhishma, Karna, Jayadratha, everything. And Bhima. All his Pandavas who were devotees. He wanted them to get the credit. So Krishna, leaves. I'll show you something. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued, you can perform a task that even I cannot do. But for you, I cannot find anyone in Gaudadesh who can fulfill my mission there. He is saying this to Nityananda Prabhu. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is saying to Nityananda Prabhu, you can do a task more difficult than me. More difficult than what I can do. So here, the explanation is there. Okay, so let's read this part. It was Srila Nityananda. This is the whole thing. Lord Chaitanya's mission is to deliver the fallen souls of this age. In this age of Kali, this is from the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya-lila, chapter 16, text 65. Okay. Lord Chaitanya's mission is to deliver the fallen souls of this age. In this age of Kali, practically 100% of the population is fallen. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu certainly delivered many fallen souls, but his disciples mainly came from the upper classes. For example, he delivered Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya and many others who were socially elevated, but fallen from the spiritual point of view. Srila Rupa and Sanatana Goswamis were situated in government service, and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was the topmost scholar of India. Similarly, Prakashananda Saraswati was the leader of many thousands of Mayavadi sannyasis. It was Srila Nityananda Prabhu, however, who delivered persons like Jagai and Madhai, who were actually fallen. Therefore, Lord Chaitanya says, Amar Dushkara Karma Toma Hoite Hoy. Jagai and Madhai were delivered solely by Nityananda Prabhu's mercy. When they injured Nityananda Prabhu, Lord Chaitanya became angry and decided to kill them with his Sudarshan Chakra, but Nityananda Prabhu saved them from the Lord's wrath and delivered them. In the incarnation of Gaur Nitai, the Lord is not supposed to kill demons, but is supposed to deliver them by preaching Krishna consciousness. In the case of Jagai and Madhai, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was so angry that he would have immediately killed them, but Nityananda Prabhu was so kind that he not only saved them from death, but elevated them to the transcendental position. Thus, what was not possible for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was carried out by Nityananda Prabhu. Similarly, if one is true to Gaura Nitai's service in the disciplic succession, he can even excel Nityananda Prabhu's service. This is the process of disciplic succession. Nityananda Prabhu delivered Jagai and Madhai, but a servant of Nityananda Prabhu, by his grace, can deliver many thousands of Jagais and Madhais. That is the special benediction of the disciplic succession. One who is situated in the disciplic succession can be understood by the result of his activities. This is always true as far as the activities of the Lord and his devotees are concerned. You see, by the grace of Vishnu, a Vaishnava can render better service than Vishnu, but by the grace of Vishnu. That is a special prerogative of a Vaishnava. Just like Ramachandra and Hanuman. Ramachandra was just walking, crying for Sita and walking and shot with bow and arrow. Hanuman was jumping here and there, bringing mountains and everything. Seemingly he was the one who found Sita and everything. But by the grace of Ram only he did that. Although he excelled. He was the hero in the whole Ramayana. So, Arjuna also became hero in Mahabharata. Krishna wants his devotees become the hero, not himself. The Lord actually wants to see his servants work more gloriously than himself. For instance, on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, Sri Krishna provoked Arjuna to fight because all the warriors on the battlefield were to die by Krishna's plan. By Krishna's plan they have to die. Krishna himself did not want to take credit. Rather, he wanted Arjuna to take credit. Therefore, he asked to fight and win fame. You see? Tasmattam uttishta yasholabhasva jitva shatrun bhungshvarajyam samriddham mayaivaite nihatah purvameva nimittamatram bhavasavyasasin. Yasholabhasva means get all the fame. Yasha means fame. Therefore, get up, please, prepare to fight and win glory. Conquer your enemies and enjoy a flourishing kingdom. They are already put to death by my arrangement. And you, O Savyasachi, can be but an instrument in the fight. You are Savyasachi, you are very expert in this arrow, shooting from left and right hand with equal dexterity. Yeah, you are a great warrior, fine, all good. And I want you to win the glory. But my plan is already there. You just carry out my plan and win the glory. You be known as Savyasachi. You be known as a great warrior who killed all these people. And be known for immortality until the end of time. So this is Krishna's plan. Thus, the Supreme Personality of Godhead gives credit to a devotee who performs any heavy task perfectly. Hanumanji or Vajrangaji, the servant of Lord Ramachandra, serves as another example. It was Hanumanji who jumped over the sea in one leap and reached the shore of Lanka from the shore of Bharatvarsh. When Lord Ramachandra chose to go there, he paved the way with stones. Although by his will, the stones were able to float on the sea. If we simply follow Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's instruction and follow in the footsteps of Nityananda Prabhu, this Krishna consciousness movement can advance, and even more difficult tasks can be performed by the preachers remaining faithful to the service of the Lord. So he left China and all this, South Korea and all these things for his devotees. So if we become sincere, then then we can excel. So Krishna, that is his plan. So we have to become qualified. We have to become, we have to take up the matter seriously and serve the mission. Then this whole thing, so that is the real plan of the Lord. Alright, so next question. Satyam Chaudhary. Before I was with ISKCON Bangalore, but nowadays in my mind is sometimes too much thinking and always contemplating on their faults, and sometimes I also thought very bad about the devotees there. Is this kind of thinking offensive, Prabhu? Yes. So, if somebody is of course doing mistake, to point out that mistake is one thing. But to meditate on it and think ill of those people, that is the devotees there, and that is not good. That's not good for our own mind. Right? So, if something is wrongly done, we have to notice that, okay, this is wrongly done. But we don't dwell on it. We have to do the right thing. And we should see that, okay, if see that big a temple, that big an organization, if they can make mistakes like that, so how much careful we must be that when we become big, we should not be doing this kind of things. So see how much bad or disrepute it brings or something like that. We have to take lessons from that. When somebody makes mistakes, okay, you see mistakes can happen even at this level, so I should be careful. Always the focus must come back to me. What can I learn from this? And we should not have, Srila Prabhupada says, hate the sin, not the sinner. We can't hate the devotees. We should hate if there is a disobedience. The disobedience, the tendency to disobey, that we have to hate, so that in our heart we give up the tendency to disobey. So because the heart will always ask us to disobey. And then, or when we commit offenses, then or lust will develop and everything will develop and all these things will happen. So that's why I should not be having all these thoughts about them. If something is done wrong, we should pray to Krishna, pray to Prabhupada, please give them intelligence. And at the same time, I should understand that that is wrong, it's against Prabhupada's instruction. If something is against Prabhupada's instruction. And if something is done nicely, okay, this is how I should do. So I should take, and the reason why we point out, that's why not everybody is actually supposed to be doing that. The Guru does that. He criticizes, and we take the lesson, yes, okay, then. We take the lesson and move on and apply it in our life. Like Indra, he played around with Krishna, he said, this is just a small boy, and then the Govardhan Leela happened. Now we are criticizing, Indra, what kind of, But by that he is showing that even such great position, Indra, they can also be bewildered. So how much careful I should be. So I should take it like that. I should not dwell on it. But we have to call out if something is wrong. But then that should end there itself. Stand for the truth, but then I have to follow also. Not just I criticize and I don't follow anything. So I should follow. So definitely to have those thoughts is offensive. So we should not harbor any ill will to others. Divya Mataji. I don't know how many more questions are there, but wow, it's only 11:15. Okay, Prabhuji, if one of the instructing spiritual masters whom we respect a lot doesn't agree to the personal interests through which we can engage ourselves in Krishna consciousness, then what shall we do? See, disciple means I must align myself to. Now, I do not know the specifics of your situation, but as a general principle, I am telling that it's not about my likes or dislikes. What service I want to do, what service I don't want to do. No, it shouldn't be like that. Whatever it is I have to do, that is disciple. Acharan dasavan nicha, like a menial servant I have to do. If I don't like cleaning the toilet, and the Guru asks me to clean the toilet of the temple, I have to do it. So there should not be anything that I say that I don't like this. There should not be anything like that. So if my talent is one thing, but if I am asked to do another thing, I should still do it. Like honestly, I am telling you, I am not good at cooking. But I was asked to cook, and for so many years I cooked. Nowadays I am not cooking because there are many devotees and they are cooking, and we accepted other services. But I cooked for more than a decade in the temple. not big cooking, but breakfast like that, breakfast person. So, and I learned many things about cooking, and I took extra effort. In fact, to challenge myself, I think for about 1.5 years or something, my this thing was okay, because I knew only a few dishes, so I just want to like try everything. So my commitment was okay. Next, every Tuesday morning I used to cook. So after the so from Wednesday or something, I will start to do some kind of research. Okay, what dish to cook? Something new. I should cook everything new. This entire year, I should not repeat any dish that I have cooked earlier. So that used to be my commitment. So for 1 year, I think, or a little more than that, I think almost 1 year or something, I never repeated even one dish. Of course, the other thing is that, of course, when you repeat many times, then you will become proficient in that. But just that, I am actually very proficient in cooking fried rice, because I had done that so many times, and khichdi and few items. So I want to just increase my variety, and I want to just try more things. Inherently, I don't have much interest in cooking, but I said no, this is not how it should be. As a devotee, I should, if I want to serve Krishna, I should serve whatever it is. Not that I cannot do this, I don't want to do this. No, I can't say like that. I must do, even if I don't like. And I am very bad at using tools and electrical work and or I've never done any hardware job and all this. But when the Malaysian farm, that shed was being built and everything, I had to climb on top of that shed. Whatever you said, you see, most of the building that there in that farm, we built ourselves. Mahaprabhu, myself, Vraja Kishor Prabhu was there, and few other devotees. Prahlad Prabhu was there also a little bit. He was helping. He was basically cooking for the devotees because he was afraid of the heights and all that. Then we used to, do cutting metals. I learned so much hardware job. I learned so much there. I never had any idea. And I did not know how to drive. I don't know what is driving. How it's very difficult. I will never be able to drive. How can so many cars go on the road and not clash into each other? I used to be thinking like that. Like how come they're so coordinated? They don't communicate with each other. How they know where to go and how they don't clash into each other. This was what I was thinking before I started driving. But then Prabhu said, no, you must drive. Devotee must know how to drive. So you are all young people. You can learn to drive. Then I just went, and then then I really learned. So we have to do, devotee means I have to do anything. What is that? Daksha, one of the 26 qualities of devotees is expert. Daksha. I think the 25th quality out of the 26. Daksha, expert. You should be expert in everything. You see Prabhupada, expert in cooking, expert in giving classes, expert in writing, expert in managing, expert in everything. Devotee means must be all-rounder. Prabhupada said devotee means must be all-rounder. He may not be, expert in something, but he must be reasonably able to do whatever task is given to him. And if I sincerely try, okay, Krishna, you have given me this service, let me try my best. Please give me intelligence to try. Please take the blessings of Vaishnavas. Okay, let me try. I don't know anything about this. I do not have. What is the Anukulyasa Sankalpa Pratikulyasa Varjanam? Whatever is favorable to Krishna consciousness, I have to accept, even though personally I don't like to do it. And even though Krishna, I may like to do it, if it is Pratikulasa Varjanam, if I have to give it up for Krishna, I have to give it up. Because Krishna doesn't want it. Krishna doesn't want me to do that. So like that, that is the meaning of surrender. Surrender means whatever you say, Krishna. And if devotees are saying something, then I have to follow. It is Krishna's saying, I should accept. Of course, that this should be, I don't know what exactly is a specific thing, but general principle I'm talking about. So I should readily accept it and do it to the best of my ability. I do not know this, so Krishna is giving me an opportunity to learn this service. So I should approach it. I should not be complaining, I like to do this is my tendency, so how can he ask me to do something else? No. I used to make garlands for the deities. In the beginning, we used to do everything. It's not that, this Tattvavit Prabhu, see, he's nice, you see, Sundagopal Prabhu is allowing him to speak, he doesn't do anything else. He is doing what he likes. No, we did everything. Even now also things are going on. It's not that everything, like you see Vraja Kishor Prabhu so many years, Prahlad Prabhu, everybody is doing so many things. We have to do everything. You know that before we go, there was one devotee. He used to be very afraid of going out to collect donations or sell books. He used to fear. He just used to have nervousness of what will the person say if I knock his door or what. Always, every day he goes and every day he has this. But still, Prabhu used to ask him to go and do it. So he used to go every day. Every morning, before he starts, he will feel this nervousness. But once he get into it, then he is okay. In the middle, in the afternoon, everything. Evening, okay, he comes back to the temple and everything, have prasadam and sleep. Next day morning, Manglacharan. After that, going out, again he will feel the nervousness. For every day he goes out, he feels that. He's not comfortable doing it, but he does it. That is Krishna consciousness. I should be doing it. But of course, we should not be feeling nervous. We should grow as a devotee and understand that this is actually, we are helping them. So, honestly, I never thought I would act. Acting, in front of so many people, I had stage fright, like anything. I was very, very shy. Very shy person. I can't stand even in front of 10 people and talk to anything. 5 people even. I'll feel awkward. I could only engage in one-on-one conversations, that's it. Anything more than that is a bit too much for me. So, Sunugopal Prabhu in the beginning, he got everybody of us, all of us into acting. Not that, he doesn't like acting, okay, never mind, leave him alone. No, everybody. Whether you like it or not, you come. He made us act in the dramas. And then eventually we did. Every drama, it is not comfortable for me. Every drama. But we did. Yeah, Radhika Sakhi Mataji is saying. So, yeah, I always say this. Spiritual growth happens outside of the comfort zone. In the comfort zone, we will never grow. Only when we are uncomfortable, that's when we grow. We have to take such challenges. We have to take it as challenges. Okay. That attitude will help us. Otherwise, we'll find fault. Oh, this person doesn't know how to. Okay, so next question. This Virendra Igbote, what kind of questions he will ask sometimes are wasting time only. Anyway, if I don't answer, he will say I did not answer, so I am going to answer it. When we surrender to Krishna, as said in Sarvadharman Parityaja, is Sambandha Jnana, and then following Bhakti Marg, as said in the 1865 verse, Manmana Bhava Madhbhakto is Abhidhaya Jnana, and Priyosime, the last verse of 65 verse is the start of Prayojan Jnana. Am I right? Anyway, you start chanting and start following everything properly, then all will be there. Sambandha will be there, Abhidhaya will be there, Prayojan will be there. Everywhere will be there. See, Priyosime means you are dear. So actually everybody is always dear to Krishna. It is that's why he comes here and tries to reclaim us. So Prayojan means when one attains to the point of loving God, then that is this thing Prayojan. Anyway, I don't analyze it like that. You please read Prabhupada's books and answer. Don't just ask for asking sake. Ask him. Another question by Virendra Igbote. Divya Mataji is saying, It's hard to believe that you cannot act because you acted like Krishna himself. It doesn't seem that you don't know acting. Maybe due to your grandfather acting in many devotional movies. Not my grandfather, my great grandfather. I do not know, but no, in the beginning I was not comfortable acting at all. But actually now I feel I like acting, although it is uncomfortable. It's and after hearing Prabhupada's instructions on drama and all this, it's very immersive actually, very very immersive. So it's good, and it's a good service. I mean, that's why a devotee has to be everything. He has to do everything. Prabhupada also, there is a video clip of Prabhupada saying that, you see, remember? Prabhupada is playing the mridanga and then, with this, and then he stops and, says, my father wanted to be like this, wanted me to be like this. He did not want me to become a barrister in England and become lecha. He wanted me to know everything. In Krishna's service, of course. So that is how a devotee should be. Everything he should know. He may not be expert in everything, but everything he should know. He should be a jack of all trades. He may be a master of some or one, but he should be a jack of all trades. Not master of none. He should be something. Even if he's master at none, never mind. Jack of all trades. So, okay. ISKCON conducts Bhakti Shastri, Bhakti Vaibhav courses. Is it necessary to pay for these courses? Since I have library of Prabhupada's books and I daily read Prabhupada's books, as all the knowledge of these courses is covered in those. Kindly guide. Nobody is forcing you to take those courses. You can read Prabhupada's books. But Prabhupada wanted Bhakti Shastri, Bhakti Vaibhav, Bhakti Vedanta, these examinations. He wanted so that devotees become proficient in the philosophy also. Otherwise, people will start criticizing. Oh, these guys don't know anything. But we must know. So, to encourage devotees, so to inspire them, there's some, okay, let me pass this exam. So, for that reason, I will read and then I will get taste in reading, and then that's the whole idea. So, we also want to make courses in our ISKM. ISKCON has already done so many courses. We also want to do courses on our thing. So that is another huge project actually. It's a very, very important project. So hopefully we need all the blessings of devotees, that we can do something in this regard. Okay, so that's that. Next. This Virendra is very impatient. Okay, never mind. Ranjan Vellakkat. Okay, his one I already answered kind of. Hare Krishna Prabhu, some good verses which can motivate us in Krishna consciousness when we are more discouraged. And sometimes too much problems disturbs my devotional service. How to fix it? How we could tolerate them like summer and winter season as said by the Lord? No, you just have to. It's not about verses or what. I mean, you should just follow the program, that's all. Your Ayappa is discouraged. I don't believe that. You are always enthusiastically posting hundreds of messages in each of the WhatsApp groups that you are in. I don't believe you are discouraged. And I am seeing that you are bringing many souls to our ISKM also. So you are already doing good work. Just that you are a bit restless sometimes. So just, read read Prabhupada's books every day. Follow the program and that's it. If you want me to show anything, then there are many things, but just keep to the program and just read Prabhupada's books. That's it. That's all I can say. They are the biggest encouragement one can ever find. If you have nobody to talk to, just open the book. The books will talk to you. So you always have a friend with you, Prabhupada. So we are never alone. That's all I can say. I mean, verses, how many verses do I want to show? So many verses are there. See, Bhakta Subramanium is testifying. Ayyappa Prabhu is so fast and enthusiastic, it's honestly hard keeping up with him. Yeah. So, that's the thing. Utsaha, Nishchayat, Dhairyat, one must be enthusiastic. That's Krishna consciousness. Always thinking about how to help. Okay, some 2 other questions by Ranjan Vellakkat. Okay, just finish it. Ranjan Vellakkat, is financial freedom irrelevant in ISKM? Karma is a factor, but is it like you can only get money from a bank once you cash in the check? Oh, just a second. This room has become a swimming pool now. Today I tried the air condition. So it was leaking all this while. The whole room is full of water now. Okay. So, is financial freedom irrelevant? I don't actually understand what is the question. But is it like you can only get money from a bank once you cash in the check? Oh, once karma is a factor, but is it? Okay, so freedom is relevant. Financial freedom, when we have financial freedom, we have this false sense of independence. And that's when we would like to try our own things, do our own thing. We want to be independent. That's the whole problem. So a devotee wants to be dependent. So we don't want, like I don't have a salary. So I don't want financial independence. The Brahmanas, they voluntarily accept poverty so that they don't get, when you have more money, then you will be thinking about sense gratification then. So that is not very conducive for our spiritual advancement. So that's why a brahmachari is trained not to save up. That's why the dowry system was there previously. When the brahmachari goes to grihastha life, because he has not earned anything until then. So the the bride's father, he will give something to start off. And then of course he will find work after that and try to maintain his family. That was the system before. And that's why the dowry system was there. And that's why it is correct. But it was abused. A system may be abused. That doesn't mean the system is wrong. It was abused. Varnashram was abused. Everything was abused. Like this sati ritual was abused. It was a ritual, yes. Chaste women, they used to do that. But it's not to be enforced and forced like that. And some old man marrying a underage girl and the guy dying in about 5 years, and then after this girl also has to commit suicide like this. And not suicide, forced into the fire. So that's kind of thing. So those systems can be abused. Not can be abused. Were abused. That doesn't mean the system is wrong. The abuse have to be, or abuse or misuse has to be changed to use as it was supposed to be used. So anyway, Brahmanas are not supposed to be having riches. So financial freedom is actually an entrapment of Maya. It's an entrapment of Maya. It is a facility for sense gratification, and it doesn't allow us to surrender. It does not allow us to surrender. We want to do whatever we want. So that's why financial freedom is kind of a poison actually. But of course, if you are a grihastha, you have to have some income, and just kamasyanendra priti, as much income can be gotten with for maintenance, that much. No need of extravagance. So that is how it should be done. That's all. And then the rest of the time you utilize in Krishna consciousness. Alright, so that is that. Of course, much can be said, but since you asked about financial, just one verse I'll show you. Srimad Bhagavatam. Nityartidena vittena Nityartidena vittena durlabhenatma mrityuna grihapatyapta pashubhihin kapritihi sadhitaischalaihim. Wealth is a perpetual source of distress. It is most difficult to acquire and it is virtual death for the soul. What satisfaction does one actually gain from his wealth? Similarly, how can one gain ultimate or permanent happiness from one's so-called home, children, relatives, and domestic animals, which are all maintained by one's hard-earned money? So another question by Ranjan Vellakkat. Should I stop associating with my local devotees because of my bad habits? I do not know what are you talking about? I don't know if you have ice cream devotees around you. If you don't have, you may go to the ISKCON temple there. Well, you may associate with them, but they will ask you for initiation. That's when that's the problem in ISKCON. They will ask you to get initiated to some guru, and then your faith will be shattered. Because he's not perfect, he's not authorized. That is our problem with ISKCON. So, should I stop associating with my local devotees? I'm not saying that. I did not say anything like that. But if that is the only temple you have, you may go, take darshan and maybe attend the classes or do some service there. But eventually it will come to a point where they will ask you to take initiation from if you come to that point. But otherwise, if there is no ISKM devotees, near you, then you go to, I think if you are in USA, then we have about 3-4 centers there, so you can contact our devotees. Will I be a negative influence on them? I don't think you should worry about that. You don't have to worry about that. Alright, I think, wow, it's going to be 12. So, anything else we missed out? No? Alright, I think we will end this here. Thank you all very much. Thank you all very much. We'll see you again on Wednesday with the Bhagavad Gita class. And hopefully I can make more content otherwise on my channel as well. Alright, thank you all very much. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. ISKM ki jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande. Hari Hari Bol. Hare Krishna.